Looks like we have a quorum to get started. And really, as in our prior years, this is a great opportunity to spend a full day together, really delve into where we've been, so to speak, some of the history of MCE, some of our recent accomplishments, and I think there are a lot of things we should be proud of ourselves about. Even the IJ seems to be coming around recently. We'll take it while we can. But just as importantly, looking to the future, continuing to challenge ourselves to do even better, how we can continue to improve and meet our goals we set out for ourselves. And again, the primary purpose of today is to give ourselves an opportunity to delve a little bit more into some of the key issues we're facing at this time. So Don, our first piece of housework, and of course one of our real positive developments of late is the addition of some new members to our agency. We've now had a couple-year phenomenal partnership with the City of Richmond. Our more recent addition is the County of Napa. We have County Supervisor Brad Wagenknecht here with us today, and we're actually going to swear you in as a new board member.
Wonderful.
All right. Well,
this is an exciting event because we have never yet had the opportunity to swear in a new board member at our annual board retreat. So this is the first, and we're really excited about it. So if you could stand and raise your right hand and repeat after me.
Absolutely.
I, Brad Wagenknecht, do solemnly swear or affirm
I, Brad Wagenknecht, do solemnly swear or affirm
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
and I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Great, welcome to MCE.
My partner, Keith Caldwell, will be joining us. He had meetings earlier in the day, but he's coming as soon as the traffic will let him get here from American Canyon. We're very excited about what's gonna happen, and you've got incredible staff that have made this transition, well, the start of the transition as wonderful as it possibly can be. So thank you, Keith.
Okay, well, why don't we delve right into the agenda? Item 1 is board announcements. I actually have one, just to, kind of a big one actually, just to let folks know that the November board meeting will be my last board meeting as an MCE representative. We'll get more sentimental at that time. Just wanted to alert folks to that, and simply note 2 things. That is by virtue of me getting elected to the Marin County Board of Supervisors starting in January. Kate Sears is going to continue as the county representative to MCE. It's been an honor to have Kate as the vice chair of the board, and I think she would and will make it a great chair, hopefully. I'll be replaced as a San Rafael representative by Andrew McCullough, who's here today, who I think will be a great addition to this board. So that will start in December. Any other board announcements at this time? Okay. Item 3, report from executive, or actually item 2, public open time. Any matters not on the agenda? Ed.
My name is Ed Mayland. I've been a supporter as a a volunteer advocate in the community and a supporter of MCE and the MCE idea for more than 10 years. And the latest victory, I think, of the volunteers and the grassroots in support of the CCA idea was, of course, the defeat of AB 2145. And I'd just like to share with you a few thoughts that arise out of that. I think that MCE had a role in helping other cities and counties to realize that the CCA idea is a valid one, is a valuable one, and that the sooner it spreads throughout California, the better. Out of that, however, the defeat of the 3-county or the 1-county restriction and so forth, volunteers are drawing maybe a counterintuitive lesson, and that is we would suggest that you not proceed without due caution on further expansion. Not only is a larger and larger board more cumbersome, but there are other. It makes you a target for a better target the next time around for PG&E to attack your premises. Second thought is I was at a CPUC, a very important CPUC workshop yesterday. It's on the distribution resources plan and how to tell utilities how to plan for distributed power. And I was very, very gratified to see Ms. Kelly there speaking up for MCE. And I think this is something that merits MCE's continued involvement to make sure that they carve out in that proceeding space for the non-utility providers and consumers that MCE represents. Finally, on energy efficiency, if I may presume to be a bit critical looking forward, this is a tremendously important thing. It should be MCE should be a terrific platform potentially for energy efficiency, but you're trapped in a regulatory and political box. There's all sorts of restrictions. You're left with the dribs and drabs and leftovers of what the CPUC and PG&E allows you to do, or has allowed you to do. So I have two thoughts. One is change the playing field. That is, go to the CPUC and with an alliance of other like-minded cities, counties, and volunteers and grassroots, try to change the game there and the playing field so that it's a little more equal funding-wise and regulatory-wise for a decent energy efficiency program. Secondly, to get outside the box, search for non-CPUC funding of programs that you can run here. Now, I won't go into all the possibilities, but one is the Department of Water and Power. They have $19 million for the energy water nexus, and they're taking bids for. It seems to me that this would be a natural opportunity for MCE to partner with the municipal water district in going after that money and doing a standard offer. And I'll remember that Barbara George, your volunteer of the year, the late Barbara George that we all remember fondly, her main thing was independently administered energy efficiency standard offer program. This partnership with the water agency, with the water resources money, could be a big step out of the box that you're trapped in energy efficiency. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your thoughts. Any additional members of the public?
Good morning, everybody. The rain certainly gives us a breath of relief as the balance is reestablished, that the earth is somehow coming back into its rightful place. And I would like to...
David, if you can introduce yourself.
My name is David Haskell. I'm the Interim Director of Sustainable Marin. I've also been working with Ed Mainland as the Sierra Club, looking at trying to define the optimum configuration for CCAs as we move forward. And I've had the good opportunity to speak with members of the PUC. I've had an opportunity to speak with the chairman, and I've interviewed the county Dana Armanita with regards to her programs, and we've had a very illuminating meeting with the CEC, MCE energy efficiency staff. And last night, as I sat down to write what I was going to say today, in very concise and logical argument, I realized after page 6 that I had no chance. That somehow our conclusions about energy efficiency, and I'd like to thank Ed for his work and for the Sierra Club's work. But I think Ed's brought the point forward, is that the relationship that MCE has with energy efficiency needs to be fundamentally redefined. Because I believe that your relationship to energy efficiency can best be described by a story that my dear wife Kiki Laporta told to me when Charles McGlashan and Barbara George were in a meeting, and I don't know who else was there. Maybe Leslie Alden and a few other folks. But Barbara literally broke down into tears when Charles told her that, look, we have to make sure that MCE delivers us the green kilowatts of power first. We are going to put our energy and our efforts into developing that. And once that is achieved, then perhaps, we all know Barbara's passion and what she has, and let it be very clear that the mandate for this organization is only a single solitary mandate, and that is to reduce the threats of global climate chaos. And that the very cheapest, greenest, least cost kilowatt that you can ever produce is one you don't use. And as I started to write this whole process down, and I agree with Ed, that MCE's energy efficiency program, I liken it to your good staff, highly motivated, very well educated, sitting down at a card game with the likes of the PUC and PG&E, and them being dealt deuces and threes and sevens and nines and fives. And somehow the opportunity to make that hand work, to have it be effective, to have it reach down into the community, because energy efficiency is unlike anything you have ever done with green supply options. As the former director of the energy efficiency program in New Zealand for 10 years, and a 40-year professional in the energy efficiency world, it is a different animal. You have been blessed by the fact that renewable energy, and particularly photovoltaics, the cost of those technologies have plummeted to a place that you have rapid market adoption. In that I believe that there are nearly 12 megawatts of installed capacity that have been installed by private members of this community, spending over $100 million of their own capital to make it happen.
David, if I can just note one thing. Item 5 on the agenda.
I'm aware of that, but I won't be able to be here because my dear Kiki is in the hospital. So, I do take it that that I need to be brief here. I would like to ask the board's permission to take the white paper that I've been developing and give it to you at a future date, so that we can look at the opportunities. I feel that there's such fragmentation in the energy efficiency world, and the need for it is now greater than ever. And also that the emergence of the amazing new technologies, that it's not just about reducing energy, but transferring our electrical power to transportation. building an analytical capacity to monitor and manage our energy use unlike we've ever dreamed of, with high technologies and energy efficiency products, that this is the new wave, that you will not be competing with PG&E in the future. Your competition will come from Google, will come from Apple, who are spending billions of dollars in developing the analytical tools to help people manage their homes and energy being a part of it. And I'll come down to the point where I wanted to leave you with. Right now, MCE does not allocate, from what I understand from your staff, any of its own resources to energy efficiency. They rely totally on the California Public Utility Funds, and as Ed said, it's a maze of difficult and very constrained program performance standards. I make the recommendation, if you are serious about truly affecting climate change, if you want to take the Iroquois call of the 6th generation and think about the child born in 2189, 6 generations from this point, and what life will he or she be able to be introduced into, that I suggest to you that you take a radical reform in the way in which you approach energy efficiency. That I believe that your green, deep green money should be allocated exclusively to energy efficiency. That you build a community constituency across the new members in Napa, in Richmond, in every community, that you make those connections, and that you look at reevaluating your relationships with the old adversary, PG&E, and that, as Ed says, you take the effort to go to the authorities. Because as we stand here today, this is the week in which Bill McGivern and all of the people in New York are gathering to have a clarion call to all the leaders. And you are our leaders. You are the entity of this thing that we all created. To stand up and do the very best you can to make sure that the 6th generation has a chance. And so I'm sorry I won't be able to attend the rest of today's proceedings, but I look forward to speaking to each and every one of you. I know that Becky has put on her agenda a review of the energy efficiency programs, and I think that the opportunity to create a model energy efficiency community climate protection program that is inclusive, that is comprehensive, and that embraces the new market technologies that Google, Apple, Microsoft are offering will give us the greatest opportunity to ensure our children in the future have a chance to enjoy this beautiful balance of environment that we have today. So thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Further public comment? Okay. Item 3, report from Executive Officer Donna.
I have just one item this morning, and it's an introduction that our Director of Energy Efficiency, Becky Denton, would like to make.
It's very much an energy efficiency kind of a morning. Alice, would you mind standing up? We have a new staff addition to our team that I wanted to introduce everybody to. Alice comes to us most recently from Opinion Dynamics. They're one of the leading evaluation, monitoring, and verification firms for energy efficiency programs in the state. So it's very timely to have the skills and expertise that Alice brings to the table. Prior to working at Opinion Dynamics, she has worked everywhere from Washington, D.C. to Bolivia on energy efficiency and renewable energy issues. And she actually brings a degree in architecture and a dual master's degree from American University. So she has a lot of skills. She's been an excellent complement to our already fabulous staff and the massive efficiency team over there, Megan and myself. And so it's been a very complimentary addition to our group. We're very pleased.
Welcome, Alex. Don, any other items?
That's it.
All right. Okay, so we're going to move to item 4, which is going to be a historical review and
All right, good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for coming out to spend the day with us talking about what we've accomplished and what we have planned for the future. I think we have a lot to celebrate at the year look back at what's been achieved, and we're going to spend some time talking about that. We're also going to talk about some of the things we have to look forward to in the next year. But first, one item that has been of interest to the board and the public every time we get together for the annual retreat is sort of a look back at how we started, how we got to where we are today, and kind of going back a ways with some historic backcasting. So we're going to spend just a couple of minutes doing that, and then I'll introduce the agenda for the morning, and we'll jump into some of the items for today. But first, just taking a step back a little bit here. Looks like, there we go. Going back a little bit, all the way back to 1999, there was some growing interest in climate change and a lot of advocacy in the Bay Area, and particularly in our part of the Bay Area, Marin County. There were a lot of advocates promoting the idea of community choice because it had been used in other states. In 2001 and 2002, the County of Marin conducted a greenhouse gas inventory and approved reduction targets and looked at ways that they could start to achieve those targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Around the same time, the idea of CCA, community choice aggregation, was being floated in the legislature, and there was a bill introduced by Carol Migden that was approved in 2002 that enabled CCA in California. That enabling legislation was supported by the County of Marin and many of the other jurisdictions represented here today at this meeting. In 2003, there was a demonstration project funded by the California Energy Commission and conducted by Navigant Consulting that was looking at several different communities in the Bay Area, and actually some outside of the Bay Area, to see if CCA was really feasible. And some of the communities that were involved in that study were Berkeley, Emeryville, Marin, Oakland, and Pleasanton. That study launched in 2004, and the results were presented in February 2004 to the County of Marin with some pretty promising results. And I think at that time, the County of Marin, joining also with the North Marin Water District and the Marin Municipal Water District, put in funds to really take a hard look at CCA and look at if the feasibility study and the demonstration project really made sense, and see if there were any holes in it. I think that initially the results looked so good that decision makers thought maybe there was something missing. You know, what could be wrong with this report that looks like CCA could have such a dramatic impact on our communities? Really, the question being asked at that time was, you know, could we double the amount of renewables being provided? And at that time, the amount of renewables being provided was only about 13%. So it wouldn't have taken a lot. We were really looking at a 25% renewable level at that time, while keeping rates affordable. And the study looked promising, looked like it could happen. And so the decision makers at that time then subjected the study to a lot of peer review to make sure that there wasn't anything missing. There was also bond counsel review and some additional risk analysis that was conducted all over the course of about 3 years. In 2007, in 2007, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District awarded a grant to the County of Marin to develop an MCE business plan and to also develop the Joint Powers Authority Agreement, which we are governed under today. In May of 2007, there was a formation of a local government task force, which included elected representatives from each city and town in Marin County. And the water districts were also participating at that time, but this really marked the inclusion of all the cities and towns in starting to explore the idea of CCA jointly within Marin County. In 2008, this body produced the MCE business plan and set forth to start to work with these cities and towns to see who would want to participate in a joint powers authority to run a CCA program. By December of 2008, the Joint Powers Authority was formed, and at that time, 8 of the cities and towns, as well as the County of Marin, participated in the initial Joint Powers Authority, and at that time was known as the Marin Energy Authority. They then set forth to select a power supplier. So an RFP was conducted, and ultimately a power supplier was selected, and the agreement to supply power was executed in February 2010. Then customers began receiving service in May of 2010, just a couple of months after that. And initially, the service was offered to a small subset of the customer base, about 8,000 customers. And then incrementally over the couple of years after that, there were additional phases rolled in. In 2010, in December, MCE executed our very first direct power contract for a California-based renewable energy supply. And this was important. This is gonna be a theme today where we talk a lot about California renewable purchases and also local renewable purchases. This is something that has always been a primary goal of MCE. And we were very excited that in our very early months of operation, we were able to walk our talk and enter into an agreement that would result in new California supply coming onto the grid. It was also great to see that by the end of that first year of service, we were able to refinance the loans and pay back the initial investment that had been given to us by the County of Marin as a loan, and release the guarantees that had been provided by our great town of Fairfax and the County of Marin. So those are some of the key landmarks of the first couple of years of operations of MCE. And now we're going to leap forward to who we are, where we're going, what's been accomplished in the last year, what are we planning to do going ahead in the coming year. So just to pause for a moment, here is the MCE mission statement, which hasn't changed since the beginning. I think David Haskell did a nice job of referencing this in his comments, that really the focus is to promote the development and use of renewable energy and energy efficiency programs. Both of those are in the mission statement. They're very important to MCE. And the goal, of course, is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and support stable energy prices and yield local economic benefits. So we have a lot that's happened since 2010 to help demonstrate progress towards that mission. These are some of our primary functions. So just to orient those of you who might not be closely familiar with MCE's structure, we have a couple of areas of focus. Resource procurement, of course, is a very important part of what we do. Energy efficiency, customer and community relations, regulatory and compliance, and then we have internal functions as well, including finance and administration. We've included a copy here of the organizational chart. There are full-sized copies available. If you don't have one in front of you, just let us know and we can get one to you. But this just gives you a sense of who's who as far as the staff goes, what we're doing, and how the functions are broken down within the organization. And here are some of the objectives that we've been able to achieve since launching in 2010. We've been able to offer customers a choice between two energy supply options, a 50% renewable content and 100% renewable content. It's worth noting that our initial goal was to get to that 25% as the default product, and really within a year of service we were able to bump that up to 50%, and that's really exciting, I think, for the staff and the board as well. We've been able to stimulate new renewable energy production, reduce greenhouse gas emissions from customers in our jurisdictions. We've been able to launch an energy efficiency program for all customers. We'll hear a lot more about that today. We've been able to provide stable and competitive electric rates, along with a lot of public visibility to help with economic support as well, local and throughout California. We've received many awards and a lot of recognition just in 2014 alone. I should point out at this time that on the table over there to the left of the food, we have a few of our awards, and we also have some scrapbooks from back in the early days when there was a lot of exciting media attention related to the launch of our program, and those might be fun to flip through if you have a chance today. I recommend it. Today we're going to have annual updates in 4 key areas: communications, procurement, regulatory, legislative, and energy efficiency. So with that, I'm going to pass the baton to Jamie, who's going to give us a communications overview.
Good morning. Thanks very much. So today I'm going to give an overview of where we are at right now with communications, where have we been in the last year, and where we're going. So this slide here shows a breakdown of our current customer base. We're currently serving over 124,000 customers in the county of Marin and the city of Richmond. And this pie chart on the left of the slide breaks down our current customers, so active customers, by the community that they live in. So you'll see the majority of our customers are in Richmond, followed by unincorporated Marin, San Rafael, Novato, and so on. Another thing that I thought would be interesting to look at is our communities based on the participation levels. So on the right, we've ranked the communities by highest to lowest participation levels. So Richmond has the lowest opt-out rate of any of the cities in our service area. And this is actually really helpful for us to look at because it helps shapes our communications plan going forward. You'll see towards the bottom is unincorporated Marin, Ross, and Novato. And those are communities that we can really target for getting customers who have opted out to consider re-enrolling. Our deep green customer base has increased by 20% since our last board retreat in October. I'm sorry, that should say October 2013, not 2012. And our deep green customer base represents about 4% of our total electricity load. So we've got some pretty big customers in the deep green class. We've also looked at our communities by deep green enrollment. So Mill Valley actually has the highest percentage of deep green customers based on the number of customers that they have there. And this is also helpful for us when we're doing deep green outreach and we can target communities that might have lower enrollments. One thing that's interesting is that Richmond is a little bit lower on this list, but because of the size of Richmond, there are still more deep green customers in Richmond than any of our other communities. We've been seeing some really great trends, which is that our opt-outs are decreasing. So our requests have gone down pretty significantly in the last year. I think that's for a variety of reasons. You all probably remember that when customers opt out, we invite them to tell us the reason that they're opting out. And we've seen a dramatic increase in customers citing rate or cost concerns. Historically, since we started in 2010, that has always been the largest reason that customers have opted out. And from last year until this year, it's dropped from 53% to 38% of those customers. I think that's in large part due to the fact that we have lower rates, and we're expecting to save our customers $5.9 million this year. Our call center is doing a fantastic job as well, and I'll talk a little bit more about them, but one of the things that they keep track of is the number of customers who call to request to opt out and how many of them actually follow through with that request. And our call center on average is maintaining a 45% retention rate. So 45% of the callers who are requesting to opt out change their mind and decide to stay with us after they've spoken with one of our call center representatives. We've had a lot of traffic at our call center. We've had more than 12,000 calls in the last year. Our average talk time is increasing. It's just under 6 minutes, where it was about 5 minutes last year. And our average hold time is decreasing as well. It's decreased from an average of 49 seconds in 2013 to 17 seconds this year. So really positive achievements with our call center. I think that has a lot to do with the fact that we've added several new call center representatives. So we've increased our staffing so there are more people at the call center who can answer phones and talk to people. We also continue to provide foreign language support. We have 7 different language options available through our call center. 86% of our calls are in English, and we've seen an increase in the number of Spanish calls. So last year at this time we were at 8%, and it's increased to 14% over the last year. So we're definitely seeing an increase in the Hispanic population, which is important also for our outreach efforts in considering how to reach those community groups. Less than 1% of our calls come through with the other 5 language options that we offer. It's actually well under 1%. It's less than 0.5%, but we do want to keep that available so that we're accessible to all of the community groups in our service area. In the last year, we've had several paid media campaigns Those have focused on energy efficiency for our green home loans and our My Energy tool. We focused on deep green and encouraging more deep green participation, as well as general brand awareness. If any of you attend the film night in the park in San Anselmo, San Rafael, or Fairfax, you'll see our MCE videos playing. We also have had a lot of great earned media. I know that Chair Connolly already mentioned the positive editorials in the IJ. In the last year, we've had more than 130 news articles published about marine clean energy, so we continue to be a pretty popular item in the press. Thanks to our member cities and towns and the county for including information about MCE in newsletters and also on their websites. I know Director Butt's email blasts have been really popular and helpful for us in getting information across. We've sent 15 of our own e-newsletters to our customers, and we have over 3,500 people who have subscribed to that newsletter. And we've participated in more than 100 community meetings and events since our last retreat. Of course, our social media is also continuing to grow in popularity. We've had a couple of deep green campaigns in the last year as well. You probably all remember the Earth Day campaign that we did, where we partnered with local nonprofit organizations and asked them to promote marine clean energy and deep green. And customers who signed up for deep green during that time could vote for one of the participating nonprofits. The winner of that campaign was Marine Agricultural Land Trust, and we donated $1,000 to them. And then 2 runners-up were the Sierra Club and the Asian Pacific Environmental Network. And they also each received $500 donation in exchange for marketing and promoting our Deep Green program. We're currently in the midst of our Solar Schools campaign, which is a really fun program for Deep Green. We've talked about it a lot lately, but it's in the works right now. We're going to donate a small solar installation to the winning school. There are 3 schools participating. It's Tamales, Novato High, and Terra Linda, and we'll be announcing the winner on September 29th. We also continue to have a lot of traffic on our website. We've had over 60,000 visits in the last year to our website. 64% of those are new visitors who have never been to the website before. The overwhelming majority of people who are coming to our website are coming directly from entering in our URL or doing a search in Google, Yahoo, Bing, some other search engine. We have a small percentage of customers who are being referred from the CPUC website, which I thought was interesting. That was the first time I've seen that in our Google Analytics, having a reference from the CPUC. And then we also have about 5% of the visitors coming from our social media websites, bloggers, and then our Google AdWords campaigns, which is a promotion that we use to try and encourage people to visit the site. So the year ahead looks really exciting. We've got a lot of things underway. We want to continue to maintain our current customer base and reduce opt-outs, increase light green and deep green enrollment. So again, going back to those communities that might have lower participation levels and trying to encourage those people to consider re-enrolling in light green or choosing deep green. I'm really excited about our Soul Shares program. We'll want to fully subscribe that to our customer base. Napa and San Pablo is definitely on the books. We're going to be building brand awareness, community education and support for MCE before we go out and do our enrollments in those communities. We'll be talking a lot about that at our next board meeting. And we'll be sending Napa opt-out notices starting in November, so it's right around the corner. We're going to want to continue enhancing and building relationships with the business communities in our service area. We'll be implementing a very broad-based marketing campaign that we'll also be talking about in the next board meeting. And it'll be in all of our different service areas, so the County of Marin, the City of Richmond, the County of Napa, and also the City of San Pablo. It'll be an extensive ad campaign that includes prints and newspapers, bus backs, bus shelters, billboards. We currently have our micro-documentary videos airing locally in the County of Marin. So there are 30-second spots. If you check out Monday Night Football, I heard it was on Monday night, so hopefully you all will be able to catch one of those ads. And we'll also be enhancing our customer service functionalities. I mean, it's very clear that having good service at our call center is really important to maintaining customers and building our relationships and strengthening those. So we'll be continuing to work on that through the next year. And that's it for my presentation.
Got a question over here, Jamie.
May I interject with a question?
Yep.
In your opt-out requests slide, you talked about the numbers are decreasing, but there's no information as to the total number of people who have actually opted out of the program. I'd be interested to know what that number is and what percentage that is of your customer base.
It's about 23% of our customer base has opted out. I don't have that exact number off the top of my head, but I bet my colleague Justin Kudo does or can figure it out.
And what were the reasons?
So customers cite a variety of reasons. I had already mentioned rates as one concern. Some customers are uncomfortable with the fact that it's an opt-out program instead of opt-in. Customers cite concerns with renewable energy. And Justin, do you have anything else you wanted to add about that?
Sure. Yeah, there's a few other ones that are listed. Concerns about government-run power agency, things like that. When it comes down to it, though, usually a lot of customers either think that our charges are extra or that they're higher than PG&E's. But we've seen definitely a strong decrease in the number of opt-outs that we receive over the last 6 months in particular. And we actually have our customer base is growing month over month over the last several months.
Thank you.
Further questions for Jamie?
That slightly less than 2 years ago, we added our first independent power contract with San Rafael Airport, and last year we added 3 landfill gas power plants to our portfolio. This year so far, we've added 2 independent power contracts with some major counterparties, both Exelon and Calpine. And next year we'll probably have 3 scheduled projects to be coming online. So we're adding about 3 new contracts a year from basically none 2 years ago. So to recap some of the contracts that are underway right now, the Recurrent Energy Kansas project is under development and is, should be
Which, by the way, is not in Kansas.
Yeah. No, Kansas is the street in the valley. It's outside of Fresno.
It's in California.
That's in California, yes it is. That project, we expect to deliver about the equivalent of about 8,000 MCE customers. That project also has roughly 300 California-based union jobs that it supports. It should be online. We brought it online 1 year earlier than was originally expected to meet our demands. The next project we talk about is EEP Renewables, the wind project we just added this year. That will be coming online next year. It's a short-term wind project. It's a brand new construction in the Mojave area. That project will deliver about 24,000 to 37,000 customers for MCE. We also have the EDF Cottonwood project that's coming online, expected to come online in March of this coming year, March 29th. That project is been about 3 years in the process of getting built. It was actually delayed a year because of some permitting issues. That will be delivering about 10,600 average MCE customers power. We also have 2 contracts under negotiation this year from our open season process. One is a roughly 30 megawatt solar project in the Central Valley. The other is a 4 megawatt landfill gas project closer to home. So the contracts we have online today that are currently delivering power are the San Rafael Airport, the Gen Power Energy 2001 project, the G2 Energy Hay Road project, the G2 Energy Ostrom Road project, our contract with Calpine for geothermal energy, and a contract with Exelon, also formerly known as Constellation. So just a little bit more background on these projects. The Gen Power project actually came online in October 29th of 2012. The contract was signed in 2010, I believe, actually. The Hay Road project came online in June of 2013. And that brings us to the power content label. And I'll turn it over to Kirby to jump into that one.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've got a couple questions. I'll just know we're gonna really delve into local projects later. I'm assuming this is just a higher level overview, but let's go with some questions. Ed? Sure.
Just a thought. If you could work with your public outreach assets to make sure the public knows there's a lot of union jobs and labor benefits from your contracts. I recognize they're in the valley or wherever, but this would be very important to lay a public recognition of what you're doing with labor to forestall future attacks such as AB 2145, and even to maybe doing PR events with a union leader who's involved in the jobs in particular projects. This would help activists like myself going forward in arguing MCE's case to the broader public.
And we do take that all into consideration when we're both negotiating these contracts and also bringing them online. We do try to release as much information as possible about the local and union job content. Sometimes it's easier than others, but we are working with the labor folks to try to get that relationship a little stronger too. Yes?
Roger Roberts, I'd like to underline that. I attended the AB 2145 hearings in Sacramento, and it was very clear that the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers was not on side with what MCE is doing. You need to do a much better job of helping the unions understand where you're going and how much benefit they're going to be getting from partnering with MCE rather than opposing. So you have to do some work on that issue. If you don't, they're going to come back at you again.
It's a point well taken. Director Athens.
I had the council was involved in going up to the Buck Institute, and I had a chance to talk to Ralph O'Rear, who's the project manager up there, so I seized the opportunity to ask him how the solar project was going up there, along with the other ones that are going to happen in Novato. And he said that the only frustration right now is the delay in the pipelines that aren't big enough to support the grid that needs to come over to those areas. And we sort of have to wait for PG&E to upgrade those pipes. So I'm wondering, what is the incentive for PG&E to do that and help us get those, fully functioning?
Well, unfortunately, there really isn't a direct incentive. PG&E sort of is the gatekeeper as far as the transmission distribution line goes. We have several projects in that area, and what's happened is in the process of that project being moved forward, additional projects that we're also negotiating with have fallen into the queue in front of that project. So even though that project was technically on the books first, it sort of got pushed to the back of the line as far as interconnection goes.
So do we see any, what's the future of that?
We've had some talks with the developer and suggested some changes in their interconnection application that should move the project forward.
Good, thank you.
Right. Kevin.
Just had a kind of technical question on the Rising Wind project.
Yes.
I saw a couple of numbers there about the total capacity of that project was. The number that we were kind of going out in public was 110 megawatts. I saw like 90 and 100 megawatts on the slides.
It's 100 megawatts, and actually 99 megawatts is the contracted. 100 megawatts was the initial negotiating capacity, but it is 99 megawatts.
So the 110 is not.
I don't think 110 was ever a number that I've seen, but.
Maybe that's just
Greg, given that chart there, the largest source of power is unspecified sources of power at 39%. Is this the purchasing of RECs? Is this what goes into that number?
No, actually, why don't I touch on that in just a minute? as kind of part of a little bit broader overview on this slide. If there are other questions related to the power projects, why don't we kind of cue those up now, and then we can move into this.
Go ahead and launch in, Kirby.
Okay, so I think that, hopefully this won't take too long. This is really just more of a quick informational item for your board and the public. This information related to MCE's power content label has already been put out in the public and to our customers directly a couple of times this year already. I think it was in June or July that the joint mailer goes out with MCE and PG&E's rate information and power content information, and also some information regarding environmental impact, specifically greenhouse gas emissions. And all of these numbers here that you see in green for our light green and deep green products were included in that mailer that went out to customers. And there's been a lot of work done at the staff level to audit the information related to our power purchases before it goes out in the public domain. And you'll actually see this item show up again in a future board meeting because there's a number of times that this is all communicated to customers, and it's just really part of the overall process of making sure that those that are participating in the MCE program and in other programs throughout the state are well informed about the power purchases that they're making and the sources of the energy that they're buying. And you can see here that the majority of the power that we deliver to our customers is renewable. Dawn touched on that in her overview, that there was a concerted effort to move the needle on our renewable energy purchases from 25% up to 50%. We've actually surpassed that incrementally, hitting this 51% number for our light green customers in 2013. And then of course our deep green customers are receiving 100% renewable power for that commitment as well. And with regard to those renewable energy purchases, a significant portion of those are related to wind energy. And then also, I think it'll be neat to see next year how this label looks a little bit different as we start bringing online, as we have in 2014, our geothermal purchases, and then also some additional solar as well. So this mix is going to continue to move and evolve as we continue on with time. But right now, as you can clearly see, it compares very favorably to the state's overall power mix, and then also the incumbent utilities as well. So much more renewable energy and clean power, generally speaking. To the question about unspecified sources of power, this is really an area where one of our supply agreements allows for flexibility on the supplier side as to how they source resources and the electricity they ultimately deliver to MCE. And what you see here with that 39%, what that essentially means is there is not a direct contract between MCE and a specific generator. And so this is power that's essentially bought from a pool of resources, namely the California Independent System Operators pool. The resources within that pool are substantially natural gas resources, but they do include other resources like hydroelectric and renewables in very small percentages. And because there isn't a direct relationship between MCE and a specific generator, these are captured as unspecified, and this is per regulation. So we're kind of following the accounting practices here, and because we're not directly associated with a particular generator, this is the way we need to account for those items. Yes?
In terms of, if we had another column, and it was the cost per kilowatt hour purchase, or megawatt purchase,
Mm-hmm.
Is that unspecified source of power the least cost supply option that we have presently?
Yeah, but that is going to be accurate. That's going to be our least cost supply, and that's very kind of typical and kind of intuitive also. To the extent that a supplier has flexibility in the way that it sources electric power, that flexibility is passed through to the buyer in the form of lower cost.
So as we move up in that cost or least cost categories and prioritizing, then you're looking at wind and geothermal taking that next tranche.
Yeah, without getting into specific details of each contract that's in place, I think there is kind of a stepping up depending on the resource type and of course the product, the location of the resource as well. But yeah, I think there's a bit of a transition that goes on as you move from unspecified resources up through large hydroelectric and then on into the various renewable technologies. But with regard to the specific price of those resources, there's kind of a temporal element that you can't ignore, right? The market's changed substantially, exactly. And so as the market's evolved, solar prices have come off in particular. It's a little tough to point to a specific line item and say, well, that's more expensive or that's less expensive, because the timing of the transaction kind of skews that impression, I think. But anyway, I think this is all really positive news, and I think if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them. Like I said, moving into 2014, I think you'll see some differences in the percentages that are put up here, and that'll be exciting to see that increased diversity in our power supply come into play.
Great.
Close out with one more statistic for us all. So with all these projects we have coming online, we'll be serving roughly 50% of our load even after Napa with in-state Bucket 1 resources. And we are procuring those resources. We're not actually
Might
retiring.
find Bucket 1.
Bucket 1 is the resources that are in-state, energy purchases that are bundled with the renewable attributes. So both the energy and the renewable attributes are delivered at the same point in time. So it's a big change for us. In the past, we've always procured sort of what we needed to meet our compliance goals. Now because of the market conditions, we're able to actually purchase additional resources and bank some of that and use that for future compliance.
And the good news is we're going to hit our mandated compliance target.
Yes, so with the newest contracts, by the end of next year, we actually will be able to do a 33% renewable content, about 5 years ahead of our planned schedule. Any other questions?
Okay, thanks, Greg.
Good morning, board. I can't believe I'm talking to you this early in any day. I'm the last of the morning portion of this presentation, but usually you guys get to see me at about 9:30 or 10 at night. So our new director, Ryan Connect, will soon learn the joys of the last presentation of the evening at our board meetings. So I just wanted to touch base with just a general overview, and I know we're running a little bit behind schedule, so I'll keep my comments brief. I just want to explain a little bit of what my functions are as legal director and how we operate both on the legislative level and on the regulatory level. So really, I see my role as having 3 core functions, and the first is to be a strong advocate for MCE, CCA, and the reduction of GHG emissions. The second is to fight for a fair playing field. And if you've been following the news recently, at the Public Utilities Commission, we aren't in a situation where we have a fair playing field. So what we fight for, particularly in those arenas, the legislature and in particular at the Public Utilities Commission, is ensuring proper cost allocation, making sure our customers aren't double charged, protecting cross-subsidization, again, to avoid additional costs being borne by our customers that are improper, and also ensuring competitive neutrality so that we're on really an even playing field with the investor-owned utilities. The last core function is to protect the autonomy that your board has in directing CCA operations, because one of the greatest advantages that we have is to really make choices for our own local community that aren't driven by the PUC or other objectives. We can exceed the standards that are only trying to be achieved by investor-owned utilities and other folks. So just as part of the lay of the land, I think that it's just important to know that we face very significant uphill battles on the legislative front and on the regulatory front. We face entities with a tremendous amount of power, influence, and money. And that's just the reality check. But notwithstanding that lay of the land, we've been tremendously successful. And I think that we as an agency, we have a compelling message, we have a compelling objective, and frankly, we're getting it done. So just on that, I just want to touch on a couple of quick things here. Oops, just gonna move forward. Okay. The biggest challenge of this year was clearly Assembly Bill 2145. This came out of Assemblymember Bradford's office. This was a bill strongly supported by the IBEW, PG&E, and SDG&E. The key components of the legislation, which I'm sure you're familiar with, are they sought to impose a CCA opt-in instead of an opt-out. So the default provider would revert to being the investor-owned utilities. So it really would limit choice. It would really limit the uptake of CCAs. There was a provision requiring 5-year rate projections. This is a requirement that would have been put on CCAs that would not have been put on investor-owned utilities. So this is not a fair playing field. And it would restrict CCA expansion. So this bill was successfully fought back by MCE, by grassroots folks, by community organizations. The bill had the consequence of really raising awareness of CCA at the legislature, and it also really galvanized a pro-CCA community, and this includes environmental groups, social justice groups, and other groups, for really a significant groundswell of support. It was absolutely inspiring. So just so you have a sense of, this is the opposition list of Assembly Bill 2145. On the support list, there were 7 entities, and this is the opposition list. 7 powerful entities versus really an entire community rising up asking for choice. And so I think that this year in the Assembly, we were very fortunate to have been able to fight back this bill. And we assume that there will be future challenges on the legislative front in the future. So there's my cute little very subtle, very subtle. So on the regulatory front, I'm just going to touch on just 1 or 2 quick things here. We practice before a wide range of regulatory bodies: the California Energy Commission, the California Independent System Operator, the California Air Resources Board. Our primary point of engagement is at the California Public Utilities Commission, CPUC. We are involved in over 20 active proceedings before the California Public Utilities Commission. We have a regulatory staff of 3. PG&E has a regulatory and legal staff of 500. So this is how we're operating. But notwithstanding the challenges and really having an uphill battle before us, we have successes. So in the general rate case this year, the PG&E had requested to return $340 million to their generation ratepayers, even though our customers had paid those costs. So we successfully fought for return of those funds to all customers, not just PG&E generation customers. We sought for a competitively neutral recovery of overhead costs of public purpose programs. So PG&E's energy efficiency programs are being subsidized by our ratepayers through the distribution rate. So we're working to correct that. It's not a 100% correction, but it's getting closer. But we have losses as well. PG&E had requested funds, a couple $1 million for ratepayer funds for customer retention activities. And so that means making sure that irrigation districts can't depart, other entities can't depart, basically anti-competitive activities. And this, the commission has decided, is a good use of ratepayer funds, not shareholder funds. So, I think that there are going to be continuing challenges on the regulatory front, but again, lots of opportunities for success and change. So for the year ahead, there are a couple items here. First, we're going to be looking at reforming the power charge and difference adjustment. Oh, sorry, I had not meant these to go up in this way.
Did not need those at the moment. So we're going to be looking to reform. So the power charge and difference adjustment is a non-bypassable charge, an exit fee that our customers pay that represents over 10% of our customers' generation rate. So take our generation rate, add another 10% sort of tax imposed by PG&E, and that's what we're talking about. There are a lot of issues with this calculation reform. It's going to cost our customers over $13 million this year. So what we're looking to do is we're looking to reform projections of CCA load. This starts getting very much into the weeds, but reducing the associated procurement, correcting improper customer vintaging. These are all sort of in the weeds issues, and I'm happy to go into detail with them. But the idea is the Commission has determined that the PCIA should be as close to zero as possible, and that's not what we're seeing. So that's what we're going to be working towards. There's also another non-bypassable charge called the cost allocation mechanism, which also imposes costs on our customers related to, in general, gas-fired power plants on our customers. So we are looking to procure our own capacity per the legislation on a more GHG beneficial basis. So those are the key items that we are going to be working on this year. I think there's always bound to be surprises, but this is our key strategic objective for the coming year. So are there any questions? Yes.
Director Sue.
So Beth, I think there's no question that the fight against AB 2145 is really the fight of this year. And the outcome was exactly right, and it was hair-raising in the process of it. And I agree with you completely. One of the wonderful outcomes of it was really the galvanizing of this pro-CCA community. And you mentioned environmental social justice and other groups, but if you're willing to strain your eyes a little bit and really look at this list, one of the things that I think is very significant is that there are entities on this list that no one would think of as political activists, right? So we have the Association of Bay Area Governments, ABAG, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. There's cities and towns from all over the state, League of California Cities, Joint Venture Silicon Valley, counties, water districts all over the state. This is a fantastic coalition that I really think it's important for people to note what happened. And we need to keep this together going forward. So I just wanted, it's not just all these great social activists who are important to us. This is a very broad-reaching coalition, and that's very significant. So.
Thank you.
Roger.
Cost allocation. That is an issue that's for distributed power that's become a global issue. Germany's struggling with that right now. And it's all about the need for instantaneous backup sources of supply when the distributed sources of supply are intermittent and interrupted. So what is your basic strategy to deal with that cost allocation issue for backup sources of supply?
Well, I think that those are two quite separate issues. When we discuss cost allocation in the context of CCA, we're looking at whether costs are appropriately allocated for PG&E to their generation rate or their distribution rate. There's a strong incentive for them to charge costs to the distribution rate so that our customers also bear those costs. When you're thinking about renewables integration and those types of procurement costs, it is the obligation of our entity to procure appropriately and have in place flexible resources. And so that's just part of our ordinary course of business contracting.
So will you be able to contract that directly easier than having to be assigned, if you will, the cost allocation by the CPUC? Is that your basic strategy?
So now you're talking about the cost allocation mechanism, not cost allocation generally. Okay. Right. So on the cost allocation mechanism, we have ample opportunities to procure our own resources and our own capacity. What's happening with the cost allocation mechanism is the investor-owned utility, in our case PG&E, is procuring resources essentially on our behalf and taking away the autonomy of our board. and our community. So we have found great success in our RFP processes, and I don't have any concern that we'll be able to replace those resources.
So the CPUC is willing to let you find your own backup sources of supply and not be required to take the bundle from PG&E?
To date, they have not allowed us to opt out of the cost allocation mechanism. So this year, so on the last item there, we're looking to either offset or opt out of the CAM mechanism and do our own procurement on a long-term basis. So that's a key objective of this year.
Do you need some support at CPUC meetings for that issue?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just following along strategy to build alliances and coalitions behind your regulatory efforts and your regulatory allies. I'm not talking about other CCAs or future CCAs, but also environmental groups, so forth, groups here in Marin or outside Marin. What do you have going by way of a coalition?
Yeah, so we definitely have coalition efforts in place. Unfortunately, Shalini is not here right now. She is our regulatory counsel, and she has been a leader, in particularly on the front of building those coalitions. I think that it's just worth noting that we have a strong history of building coalitions. 2 years ago, when we submitted our petition for rulemaking to really reform community choice aggregation issues at the Public Utilities Commission, we had 55 co-petitioners, and so that was spearheaded by me and by our agency, and that reflected a very wide range of environmental and communities, community organizations. So it's an approach that we plan to continue to pursue.
Further questions for Beth? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Great presentations by everyone. Is that it for item 4, Don?
Yeah, we've come to the end of the historic review and annual update item, and it's now time to shift gears and move into energy efficiency. We're going to do a little bit of updating along the way on energy efficiency, but we've decided to roll the energy efficiency update into this item, which is more focused on what we've been doing in the last few months around community outreach, what we're planning for the next portfolio cycle. And so we're going to turn it over to Becky to cover that item. Thank you guys. Becky is our Director of Energy Efficiency.
Good morning. I have to move this even further down, like usual. So before I get started on our prepared slide deck, I just wanted to take a quick moment. Dave, I'm glad that you could stay for the energy efficiency update. Hopefully we'll have insights to add. I have been meeting a bit with Dave and Ed as well. And I think one thing that I want to reflect on is that we have a very similar goal and motivation in terms of trying to really upscale the investment in energy efficiency in our community with a real focus on greenhouse gas mitigation, resource conservation, and leveraging of other community programs. I think it's clear that Dave has some extremely provocative ideas about how energy efficiency should figure into the portfolio, and I just want to reflect on the fact that it's this kind of sort of pushing on our program that I think is truly beneficial, and it allows us as a local government agency to really be driven by our community, who at times feels that we should be going even further than we already are. So we're continuing to meet, and I'm trying to see if we can start the formation of an energy efficiency technical advisory committee. It's been clear to me, especially over our community outreach process that we've engaged in, that there are a lot of people in our community who have a lot to offer, myself in particular, as we move forward with developing our 2016 program. So thank you again for making the time to be active members of our community and to push us, even though sometimes it makes us go a little faster or a little broader than we may have envisioned. So getting into the prepared slide deck, just a little bit about what we're going to discuss today. We wanted to look back on 2014, both the challenges and accomplishments in our energy efficiency program, and also really talk a lot about what's coming down the pipeline for 2015 and beyond. So for 2014, the challenges. Our on-bill repayment program has had very slow uptake. There's a few reasons that I have thought that could be resulting from that, which we'll talk about a little bit later. Title 24, for those of you who have been attending our board meetings regularly have heard me talk about this. Our building energy codes are a cornerstone of the energy efficiency strategy in the state, but they often move very quickly. And the California Public Utilities Commission requires a baseline assumption when you're assessing the energy efficiency you can install in a building based on code. So what that means is, in a building such as this one, which was likely built in the 70s, rather than being able to say, here are the existing conditions of this building, you have to pretend as though that building was actually up to code. And that significantly diminishes, as code increases, the amount of energy savings for which you can claim when you're doing a project, which in turn affects the cost effectiveness. I can go into this a little more, but the practical result is that as those building codes come up stepwise, the margins of energy savings that you can realize in those buildings according to the regulatory framework go down. And that creates a much more difficult scenario when you're trying to sell projects to property owners. Happy to answer questions about that as well. Another thing that we're encountering in the program is attrition, particularly in the multifamily program. We're finding that we have an incredibly robust pipeline, that if we were able to close all the projects in our pipeline, that we would be we'd be making very significant progress towards our goals. However, projects are dropping out along the way, and so that's something that we're trying to strategize about how to turn that around moving into 2015. The Home Utility Report program. You may remember we were sending mailers out to about 18,000 customers in our service territory, showing them how their home energy use ranks up to comparable homes in the neighborhood. This program was delayed launching last year. We've also had to deal with the fact that the program design was about capturing high energy users. And when we actually went out to get our population that we would be treating with these energy reports, what we found is that PG&E had launched a program about a month before ours and gathered quite a number of those folks that we'd been hoping to target with that program. And thus we sort of had to change some of the target audience, and that's had some implications that I'll talk about in a second. One other frustration that I particularly have been dealing with is uncertainty from the regulatory framework in terms of 2015 funding and beyond. The 2015 funding decision, we submitted our request for funding in March of this year, and they just released the proposed decision on Tuesday. So I'd actually developed this presentation before having that decision hit the street, which gives you even more of an idea of the uncertainty that we're dealing with here. Mostly in regards to that decision, there was an uncertainty about whether or not we would be able to have gas funding to implement natural gas saving measures as a part of our program. And so not knowing that obviously put us in a very tricky position in terms of accepting customers to move into 2015. In spite of these challenges, we have actually been able to get some accomplishments too. Not the first of which is building and starting an energy efficiency program in the first place, which I can talk about also in just a second. In the commercial and multifamily, this is actually commercial and multifamily accomplishments, we've managed to audit over 301 buildings. We provide direct install services for tenants in 919 units, both in Marin and in the city of Richmond. Our commercial program has audited 322 facilities, and I have our completed projects on another slide. Worth noting that this has an asterisk because we are currently jointly implementing that program with PG&E, as you may recall. And so we will be splitting the projects with them after the fact. So we've both jointly funded about 322 audits, but our attribution for that will be about half. Also, our single-family program, we have a schools program which is really intended to get into classrooms, help kids start to think about energy and climate change, and then also go home and start to pester their parents about using less energy. So far, we've reached over 1,000 students in the Marin area, and I'm really excited to mention that our fall program is also finally able to get into the city of Richmond as well. I believe actually this morning our program is out doing assemblies in the city of Richmond, so we're really excited about that too. In addition, our My Energy Tool website has had over 1,100 people in our service territory log on and actually start action plans for how they're going to make energy impacts in their own lives. So that's very exciting for us as well. And in addition to that, as I mentioned, our home utility reports are reaching over 18,000 customers in our service territory. So one of the things, this is a big table, and we don't have to go through this in excruciating detail, but even just the ability to develop this table is an accomplishment of our program that I'm really proud of. We have been developing a database which provides us the opportunity to draw queries, to see how we're doing in our programs, to understand the measures we're implementing, and just having that data, having the ability to query that data, and having folks who understand how to interpret it is a huge accomplishment in my eyes, because that allows us to be introspective, to identify trends where we're doing well, trends where we could be doing better, and to make recommendations moving forward. So just a quick moment to talk about that. I think 2 years at MCE, and I finally figured out laser instead of mute. Some of the things that I also wanted to point out up here is that we have audited we've completed projects, in 50 buildings, with another 82 in that pipeline. So like I said, we're really focusing right now, as I'll talk in a second, on closing the deal on those remaining buildings to see if we can get our pipeline up and running. One of the other things I wanted to point out is that we have a negative therm savings to report in our small commercial program. Obviously, this is something that we're really hoping to turn around. The reason that it's a negative therm savings is because when we install more efficient lighting, there's less waste heat that's produced from that lighting. So there's an assumption that you're going to have an increased load on your HVAC system to offset that decreased heat from waste heat. So it's kind of an interesting thing that this is an example of how fine-tuned the evaluation process is at the CPUC. The single-family program has actually had very significant savings. So far, this program is one of the highest performing, it is the highest performing program in our portfolio. This is the home utility reports that we're mailing out to people, has had a significant impact. And because it is so cost effective for us to send out these mailers and influence behavioral changes, it ends up being our highest performing on a total resource cost level as well. The financing program, we have an applicant. I'm sorry, I'm so excited about that. Number one, it's ridiculous, but it's really exciting, and it's allowed us the opportunity to go through the application approval process to really get to know the contractors who are doing that project, and hopefully prove to them that we can get that project approved and out the door quickly and help them close the deal on the businesses that they're pitching, or on the projects that they're pitching. So really excited about that number one right there.
Becky?
Yes.
Becky, could you say a little bit more about that? This is not the on-bill repayment program. This is a different financing kind.
No, this is the on-bill repayment program.
Yes.
Yes.
So maybe provide a little more detail.
Yes. I am going to talk a little bit about some of the challenges we face in that program and how we're trying to address them, but did you have something more specific in mind?
Who is it and
Who?
what is that?
Oh, okay, great, yeah. So I'm not exactly sure how much I can disclose about the applicant themselves, but it is a single family project. It's in the city of Richmond, and it is through the home upgrade program. So the home upgrade program is the rebate program for those of you at home. Up to $6,500 in rebates are available if you actually invest in a building-wide project to reduce your energy consumption. It's a great program, but it's also kind of confusing and hard to understand, which we'll touch on in a second as well. So let's see here. So for 2015, the post-2015 planning process is something that we're actually going to spend a lot of time talking about today. I'm actually going to be turning it over to Alice and Megan to talk about that in just a second. But one of the things that is fresh off the press is the proposed decision on our 2015 funding request. I'm also going to talk a little bit about some of the changes that we'd like to make in 2015 to address those challenges. And then Megan and Alice will be addressing the program development effort that we're going through right now with community input and some of the thinking that we're doing for program design. So quickly, the proposed decision for 2015 funding, a little bit of background again. We submitted this funding request in March of this year. I've mentioned several times now at these meetings that the California Public Utilities Commission is planning on moving into a longer-term funding authorization. So instead of having 2 to 3 year funding authorizations, they're considering as long as 10 years. And that, I think, is a very positive move. It really signals to the industry that this commitment is here to stay. It allows for longer-term programs like potentially the standard offer program, which is something I'm going to touch on as well, where you can enter into long-term contracts. And a lot about it is really positive. But it's also a significant shift in the way the CPUC does business, and they know this. So in order to buy some time, what they propose is that 2015 would be a transitionary year, and that instead of going through a new application process, that they would simply extend programs that we currently have for 1 more year and basically have a flat allocation. What is your annualized budget for 2013-2014? We'll give you that moving forward into 2015. In spite of this simple process, it took them 6 months to get a proposed decision onto the street, at least. They have a target of approving this decision at the October 16th business meeting, and because it hit on Tuesday, I'm still finding time to read it on my nights and weekends, all 165 pages of it. But we've been able to get through it a little bit and start to draw some of the main elements that are important for our program. Regarding the gas funding, the decision actually addressed PG&E to contract with us to give us gas funding. So the CCA energy efficiency decision, which was approved in January, signaled that we did not have statutory authority to receive gas funding, and further mentioned that the regulatory record wasn't there for us to apply to actually receive and administer gas funding, as we are an electric corporation in the eyes of the California Public Utilities Commission. We fought very hard, as you may recall, many ex partes, meetings with commissioners, working hard with staff, and ultimately that decision did not support us in doing that. So we were very unclear about what would happen to our current portfolio, which does include gas funding, moving into 2015. And CPUC's approach for resolving that is to basically tell PG&E to contract with us to allocate gas funding from their portfolio to us so that we could continue offering our programs wholly with that gas funding component. It's very similar to how the regional energy network component works, where the CPUC is basically asking PG&E to act as a fiscal agent. They don't have oversight over program design, but we will be contracting with them for movement of that fund. So that's an interesting proposition.
Yeah, let me interrupt just for a second.
Sure.
Is what you just said, does it mean that the CPUC has ordered PG&E to help fund us to take up the slack because of the decision excising gas from being within the scope of our energy efficiency program?
Mm-hmm. That would be a great summary.
With the one caveat that this is a proposed decision, and
right.
So there still is a comment period, so opening comments and reply, and an opportunity for parties to lobby, so it's all subject to change still.
Not a done deal yet.
Yeah.
Not a done deal yet.
The order hasn't been set, it's been proposed.
That said, I won't at all be surprised to see significant lobbying on the part of PG&E against this. I also wouldn't be that surprised if they leave this one alone, PG&E. So it's going to be interesting to see where they come out of the gate with this. And we've already scheduled ex partes with various commissioners after the comment period closes so that we can address any kind of activity that we might see on record that we're anticipating. Another thing in this decision is that it asked MCE to examine our marketing, education, and outreach strategy to help increase some of the low uptake that we have in the program, which I'm hoping is an opening for additional funding for marketing, education, and outreach. And I also think it really does help us start to think creatively about ways that we can maybe leverage our customer relations that we have in other areas, like some of those 60,000 hits to our regular website. Is there any way to gather some of that traffic back into the EE program? So these are some of the things that we're going to be thinking about moving forward. Also, we received most of our asks, and I think it's also important to note that this decision starts to signal where the California Public Utilities Commission is headed for the rolling portfolio. Initially, the plan was to deal with 2015 and then start to talk about some of these longer-term transitional things in phase 2 of the proceeding. But this decision actually allocates 2015 as year 0 of the rolling portfolio, which means that the funding authorization that we have right now that they gave to us in 2015, the proposed funding authorization, extends until 2025. And that's potentially problematic, which I can talk about a little bit more when I talk about our 2016 program. Our proposed funding award, you can just see here that we essentially got everything we asked. I asked for a little bit more funding under the multifamily program, which is performing fairly well. It has about a 0.4 TRC, but we were rejected from that funding request. That's what I say when I say most of our asks. Instead, they basically extended the budget at a flat line. But apart from that, we had all, and in some cases, more than what we'd asked for. So fairly good news in that regard. I'll try to go very quickly about this since you have the information in front of you, and I know we're behind on the schedule. But in regards to the low uptake in the commercial program and also the negative therm savings that we're seeing, we're looking at moving more for targeting the mid-sized commercial sector. I see those folks as having more sophisticated understanding of how energy plays into their operating expenditures. Often they have better access to capital than some of the small mom and pops that we're serving. And I think we need to have a different delivery model that relies less on door-to-door canvassing. Since those margins shrunk so much, it's harder to make a sale when you just pop into someone's business and ask them to let you do an energy audit. So we're thinking more about having possibly some low-touch software tools that allow you to have actually a fairly sophisticated assessment going into the door by using AMI data and possibly infrared technology. And then you can actually talk to some of these sophisticated business owners, have a report ready to go, and show them the numbers right off the bat and hopefully sell a project. Attrition in the multifamily program, we have increased our incentives 20%. We're resending all the reports to the folks that we sent the reports to initially and saying, look, 20% increase in incentives. With the technical assistance and the increase in incentives, there's never been a better time to act, and we're hoping that we can close those projects before finishing out this year. We're also looking at charging a deposit for energy assessments. The idea here is that it would actually screen out some of the folks who are less serious and make sure that people have a skin in the game. The concept is that we pay back the assessment at the time of the rebate, but it makes sure that people have actually a little bit, as I said, skin in the game. The home utility report program. One thing that we found is that because we had to look at some of those lower energy users and some of the population had already been captured by the PG&E program, the lower energy users in the program actually responded to the messaging. The messaging said, you know, here's where you are, here's where your neighbor are, and it turns out that they were using less energy than their neighbors. Some of those folks who received the reports actually responded by using more energy, which is something called the rebound effect. So when we saw those numbers, this is actually fairly fresh news. We got this indication in September that this was occurring. And so we're immediately moving forward by dropping the low energy users from our program and by changing messaging from, instead of saying, great job, to saying, here's how you can do even more. In spite of this, in spite of that low energy user rebound effect, we're actually still seeing that this program has an over 1 TRC, even with those low energy users who are using more energy. So what this tells us is that there's significant potential, especially if we can reach new markets and expand the program into some of those high energy users. So that's something that we're looking at how we can do more of in 2015. Also, it's worth noting that they're paying attention. I mean, out of those 18,000 people that are getting the mailers, they're opening them up, they're taking a look, it's having an impact. We've been able to market the Deep Green program, the home loan program on those as well. So we think it's been a nice outreach tool. The ongoing payment for single family, the home upgrade program that we're leveraging, we're saying loans for the home upgrade program is incredibly confusing. It takes a lot of time to understand, and we're starting to see that it might be limiting the projects that we're getting in the door by leveraging that program. And so we're actually proposing to the CPUC that we open up that program to any eligible measure. So if folks just want to replace their windows, it gives us a chance to get in the door to talk to them about why they should be, you know, doing insulation and downsizing their HVAC in addition to windows. But ultimately, we're not going to stop them. We're going to allow them to finance that if that's really just what they want to do. And that's consistent with the statewide financing pilots that still have yet to launch but are expected any day now. So we're hopeful that we'll get support there. And then finally, the standard offer program. We spent a lot of time working on trying to figure out if this program could work. And what we're seeing is that it's not really a good program for a one-year time frame. And it's not really a good program for a limited budget, because really what you're doing in these kinds of programs is you're shifting the risk from the program in paying a rebate for a presumed amount of energy savings to the participant, where you're only paying the participant when they verify that those energy savings exist. And because of that shifted risk, it really needs longer term contracts and or higher incentives than what you would pay normally. And so we've been working with, actually Tom Flynn was really helpful for us in looking at this program and looking at energy savings opportunities available locally. And something that he'd identified that we think is really intriguing is the possibility of partnering with the water agencies on a program instead. And this is actually supported through the water energy proceeding, which tells administrators to look at ways that they can use 2015 funding to direct more towards water efficiency. So based on the research that was done there, we met with the Marin Municipal Water District and started to talk to them about some possibilities. They're also thinking about some very interesting pay-as-you-save kinds of programs in the water side, but there's a lot of technical challenges to doing that regarding where you set a baseline, how you quantify the savings, how you mitigate risk to the board. And so what we're thinking now is doing sort of a starter collaboration with them, combining our agencies, getting water rebates from them, energy rebates from us, packaging them as one unit, and really extending the marketing and education on their behalf as well. So it's a leverage program for them. and trying possibly to get data loggers and other things in the field when we do rebates to start to gather data to justify a standard offer program in 2016 and beyond. And this would be something that would be a combined energy and water program, both pay as you save for energy and pay as you save for water. So we think that this is something that would be a good fit for that 10-year funding authorization, but it's clear that we need to do a little bit more research, especially on the water side, before this is something that, that the boards in particular will understand and support. So that was a lot. I'm going to quickly get through this stuff and then hand it over. I mentioned already that the rolling portfolio is being considered. I think what's most important for us to keep in mind is that the energy efficiency decision directed us as a CCA entity to have a 1.25 total resource cost. What's important about this is that that's a very high threshold, and it's not something that you can achieve when you're being relegated to serve the hard-to-reach market sectors, which is how our 2013-2014 decision was developed. The CPUC basically said, it's great, we support you doing energy efficiency, but don't do anything that's already being done. So basically, work in these hard-to-reach market sectors like multifamily and small commercial, which are really, I mean, there's a reason that PG&E is not doing them and is not doing a great job in them. They really require accessing a lot of market barriers and these really, these slim margins. So long story short, we need to come back to the CPUC and say, it's fine that you want us to do 1.25 TRC. We want to be cost effective with our programs. However, you can't limit us in the programs that we serve, and therefore, we want to design a portfolio that can serve every customer segment. We want first right of refusal in the programs that we serve, and we want to tell PG&E that they have to work around us. I'm sorry.
Becky, what's the TRC concept?
So the TRC is the total resource cost. It's like a 20-page Excel spreadsheet known as the E3 calculator, which actually spits that number out. And what it is its most essential form is you take all of the benefits of the program divided by the cost of the program, and you try to get a ratio of 1 so that the benefits are equal to the costs. The benefits include everything from energy savings, greenhouse gas emissions, criteria air pollutants, avoided procurement. It's a very complex, complicated program.
Mm-hmm. On the same subject, would you all do me a favor and try to spell out these acronyms, or maybe put a key down at the bottom? I mean, even though you've explained it,
mm-hmm.
you know, I often pass this material on to other people. They read it. They don't have a clue. Mm-hmm. And I know for you guys, it's like, you know, English, it's a language to speak. But
I'm fluent in acronyms.
It's really hard.
Yeah.
Particularly for somebody.
The TRC sounds like it's kind of a linchpin, and that is somewhat new even to this crowd.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, it's an excellent suggestion, and it's actually one that we've heard from the board before, so I apologize for not catching that in my own presentation, and should definitely do that moving forward. So I'm going to hand it over to Megan and Alice to try and talk even faster than myself in regards to our community workshops.
Good morning. So I'm going to give you guys a high-level overview of the community workshops that we've been conducting. So for the past few months, from May to August, we've held 6 public workshops throughout our service territory. Our outreach strategy to get people to attend those meetings has been to deliver the message of the meetings through our trusted community partners. We've reached out to various local organizations, local government partners, and advocates to help us get the word out. We've also used traditional marketing channels as well. We were able to provide all materials for the workshops translated into Spanish, as well as have interpretation to ensure that everyone in the community's voice has been heard. Our first workshop was a subject matter expert workshop. We invited 15 industry experts to our offices for a day-long exploration into energy efficiency and MCE. Next, we headed over the bridge to Richmond, where we had a great community turnout of about 28 stakeholders, and I think that's in part to Director Butt's blog post about the event. Following the Richmond workshop, we came back to San Rafael and had another 23 community members attend a workshop at the fairgrounds. After Marin, we headed up to Napa, where we learned about the ag industry, specifically with regards to vineyards and wineries, from 12 of our soon-to-be customers. In August, we headed out to Novato for a single-family focus group with 9 residents that Tamara Peters helped us recruit through Resilient Neighborhoods. In August, lastly, we went up to West Marin, where we had another ag-focused workshop with 9 attendees from organizations like MALT, Point Reyes National Seashore, Marin Resource Conservation District, as well as local residents. For the expert workshop, we pulled together a packet of information that included current energy and gas usage information in our service territory. We included information about housing and building stock, our current programs, existing competing and comparable programs, or complementary programs. We considered, we included information about new programs we're considering implementing, and the policy drivers that create the framework for program administration. Our intent was to arm attendees with information necessary to think big. We asked attendees to envision what energy efficiency is going to look like in 10 years, and what MCE needed to do to get there. The main outcomes from this workshop was a collaborative development of our EE mission statement, which Alice will discuss shortly, and the groundwork for our public workshops. Our Richmond and Marin workshops were high level, where we used that opportunity to provide community members with information about our current program offerings, and then we gave people the chance to participate in facilitated group discussions around the topic area of their interest. We discussed energy efficiency with regard to small business, homes, local jobs, and energy awareness. In Napa and West Marin, we talked a lot about agriculture, which differs for each of those territories. We learned about energy usage in the industry. We learned about operational needs, technologies that would benefit the different sectors, as well as how we could support the staff in reducing their greenhouse gas emissions. One idea that came up was developing carpooling programs. In Nevada, the Nevada workshop took a slightly different, more intimate format where we were able to discuss the needs, thresholds, and barriers for homeowners in implementing energy upgrade projects. We had one local contractor and resident attend the workshop, and we really got to benefit from his experience in the sector. We really want the community to remain engaged with our energy efficiency programs for the long term. And so we wanted to build off the energy from those workshops. We sent out a follow-up email that, thanking attendees for their participation. And we included information to any questions that we hadn't been able to address in those meetings. We also sent out links to different resources so they could keep up to date on our accomplishments and the progress of the program development. We developed an EE-specific listserv for people to sign up for so they could stay engaged and comment on different pieces of the program design. And we have continued to engage participants with current program implementation, as well as connect them with each other for support around energy and energy efficiency needs. And now Alice is going to talk about the findings from those workshops.
Hi. So I just want to say up front, I have a lot of slides, and I know we're running a little behind, so I'm going to go through them really quickly. If there's anything that I don't talk about that you have questions about, please reach out to us with questions. So starting with our expert panel, we discussed the need that we should focus on peer-to-peer education in our marketing efforts and also work through community-based organizations. Our marketing should also emphasize the non-energy benefits of energy efficiency, such as comfort, health, all of those, along with the energy-saving benefits. We also discussed some barriers to implementing energy efficiency programs, which include access to data, infrastructure constraints, rules tied to funding, the split incentive issue, and a lack of a skilled workforce. As Megan mentioned, also coming out of this expert workshop, we were able to draft an energy efficiency mission statement. In the interest of time, I won't read through it, but please look for it in your slide deck if you want to look at that more carefully. So those were the findings from our expert panel. Moving into our community workshop findings, we collected information in 3 ways. One is through facilitated group discussions. And then we also asked people to complete a survey and made that survey available via the internet for our attendees to complete after the workshop or share with friends and family to cast a slightly wider net. From that survey, we found that people are interested, our attendees were interested in electric car ownership. 64% were interested in owning an electric car as a primary vehicle, and 9% already owned one. They found it was important that MCE generates the electricity to offset that electric car charging, but it was not necessarily to have that, not necessarily important to have that happen on site. In general, energy efficiency was really important to the people who attended our workshops. Most people who attended who were building owners said that they were interested in doing significant energy efficiency work at their properties and could spend up to $7,000 or more on that, or were willing to finance the project. Using the local workforce is also very important. As you can see here, 57% of people said that it was very important that we use local residents for energy efficiency projects that are sponsored by MCE. Moving on to the specific communities, in West Marin, we discussed some specific characteristics of West Marin that will inform any energy efficiency programs that we do there, including the fact that they mostly have propane with no natural gas service, and that many locations are on well water or truck-in water, which obviously could affect any sort of water energy nexus type programs that we would do. There are also some transmission constraints to West Marin, so energy efficiency could be a good opportunity to address some of those concerns. Given the large number of dairy farms in West Marin, we also discussed the potential for working with the USDA and leveraging some grant funds to implement programs there. Next, we went to Napa. This was also sort of an agriculturally focused event. We had a lot of representatives from the wine industry, and we noticed some similarities in that they also are mostly on propane and use well water. And then we also discussed some of the differences between decision-making at large and small vineyards. There were some big differences. Large vineyards tend to have more organized decision-making, whereas the small wineries are more family-based and rely on word of mouth or rely on other organizations for their information. Next, we conducted a workshop in Marin, primarily with homeowners. We found that the homeowners in Marin have a high level of knowledge of the politics around energy issues, but maybe not necessarily around the specifics of energy efficiency technology, so there's some opportunity for education there. Saving money and comfort were high priorities for home upgrades, and home upgrades are a great entry point for doing energy efficiency work in the home. So again, that reinforces that idea of looking at the non-energy benefits and really tying those into the energy efficiency projects. Some barriers that we found for homeowners is that people tend to move every 5 to 7 years, so if your payback period is longer than that, you're going to have a hard time selling that project to the homeowner. The fact that there's not necessarily a visible difference in your home after you conduct energy efficiency upgrades. People like to see the results of their work. I mean, obviously you want to see it on your bill too, but you know, it's obviously nice to walk into a nice new kitchen. So again, marrying the other benefits of an upgrade project with energy efficiency could be key. And then generally, people said there was affluence among the residents in Marin, and they can afford to pay high bills, so that may also be a barrier. Moving on to Richmond, we found that we had a higher percentage of renters attend the workshop in Richmond, so there was some discussion around how to motivate landlords and dealing with the split incentive barrier that we see in the multifamily sector. There also was concern about language barrier and confusion about who to trust for energy efficiency information. So we need to find who the trusted messenger is in those communities and work with those groups, whether it's community groups or PTAs, to get information out about energy efficiency. Novato, we found some similarities to Marin. Obviously, we had a lot of homeowners at the Novato workshop. Again, customers are focused on aesthetics and home upgrades, as well as comfort. Sort of interesting, some people expressed the fact that they don't necessarily believe that their homes could be more comfortable, even though we see that there are lots of opportunities to make the home more comfortable through energy efficiency upgrades. That message hasn't really gotten out there, or people don't really absorb that. One thing that was really interesting is we had some contractors there who said that they regularly see people pay for projects from $30,000 up to $300,000 in cash up front when they are renovating their homes. This often happens when people buy a house and they move in, so maybe a financing program is not as attractive to people who are in that position. Why would they finance when they have the upfront cash to pay for these? And then again, there's a need to train contractors to develop the skilled workforce to perform this work.
Oh, we go from here. Thank you very much. I just kind of wanted to show off what awesome staff we have here, so thanks for letting me do that. I'll go over this really quickly, but this is important stuff. This is the timeline that we have for developing the program concepts for 2016, building off of that community feedback. And also key is the public comment period that we have here. So what we're aiming for is to have most of the program design descriptions completed by November 6th, and to actually move into internal review, bringing initial concepts to the board in November, and then again in December when we've had an opportunity to get some of the public comment in. And we're really targeting having a program implementation plan by the end of this year, which is incredibly aggressive and keeps me up at night, in case you're curious. Also, I wanted to just very quickly highlight some of the initial concepts that we're starting to come up with based on the information that we've heard and based on what we've seen through implementing our program. One of the things that we think is key is having robust programs with solutions for every customer segment, and having that be something with a single entry point. Customer confusion is one of the things that causes paralysis. When customers are confronted with all the different options, they don't know where to go from there, and most often they don't have time to be dealing with this, so they're like, forget it, I'm going to focus on something else. Because of that, we think one single entry point based on whoever you are as a customer is going to be very key to helping them come into the program. From that point,
Becky, just to start, is it going to be the same market segments?
Ideally, we'd like to expand.
Right, exactly. So could you talk about that a little bit?
Absolutely. What we're thinking, single family, commercial, agricultural, industrial, multifamily as separate entry points. We are grappling with whether or not the commercial program should be split between small and medium commercial, and whether or not the larger commercial customers get grouped together with industrial. So this is something we're thinking, because what we've seen is that there's clearly going to be a different type of incentive that you want to provide to a mom and pop small grocer or convenience store versus the complex that we rent currently. That's like a BioMarin. So that's something that we're thinking about right now and are working through. Another thing that we think is really important is that these programs are driven by two key metrics of success: customer satisfaction and the ability to have increased market saturation, which results in declining public interventions. So similar to what the California Solar Initiative model did, where as more and more people started to get engaged, as the price per installed kilowatt started to drop, so do the incentives. And that's really important, because our objective is not that we want to be pulling this market along every step of the way, but that 10 years from now, people are choosing energy efficiency as their default choice because they value it, they understand its importance. So really defining a program that people have a great experience engaging with energy efficiency. It's easy, it's streamlined, it's accessible, they see the benefits, they value the benefits, and also over time they start to tell their neighbors, they start to tell their friends, and hopefully we don't even have to pay as much for people to do it because they're so excited and they're so fired up about doing it in the first place. So those are some of our driving concepts. You have in front of you, I believe, an initial design description of how we see this playing out in the multifamily program sector. There's a narrative up front which talks about what we're thinking, and then on the back you'll see an actual flow chart which sort of defines some of what I'm talking about, where we have a single program entry. We're trying to leverage as many programs as possible into one cohesive application and one cohesive audit report, and it talks through what that looks like. There's a document which has lots of boxes and arrows pointing all of them together. That's something called a logic model. And the concept of a logic model is that you want to very clearly show how any program activity that you're partaking in drives us to that long-term vision of market transformation, meaning a market where people are demanding and partaking in energy efficiency as a default way of life, as well as leverage resource conservation. So not just energy efficiency, but water conservation, transportation savings, really driving to that long-term vision of greenhouse gas reduction. So that's a preview to some of the things that we're hoping to deliver before you at the November board meeting. And with that, any questions?
So Becky, the need to train a skilled workforce was a theme throughout the community workshops that you had. Is that going to be, will that be a component in the program that we're planning, and is that something that CPUC dollars can be used to support?
Yes and yes.
Yes and yes. Good.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. That was easy.
Becky, going back to an earlier slide, did I understand you correctly to say that the goal, our ultimate goal, is for every dollar spent on efficiency that there'd be $1 of savings? Or did I misunderstand that?
At the highest level, that's the metric that the California Public Utilities Commission drives us towards for evaluating the cost effectiveness of our programs. And in fact, their assumption is that every dollar we spend on the program should result in $1.25 worth of savings. Importantly, that also includes activities like marketing, like workforce development, things that don't actually result in savings per se. So because of that, there are certain programs we need to have that save more than $1 per expenditure.
And just using that metric, whether it's 1 for 1, 1.25 or something, when you look back at the chart on page 3 where it showed that our 2013-2014 program expenditures were $1.5 million that generated savings of 952,000 gross annual kilowatt hour, which I think maybe is the equivalent of 100,000, not a million. Is that the right metric to be looking at what our results are so far?
What we should have included on here is the actual total resource cost calculation, because it's not a one-to-one in terms of dollars spent per unit of energy saved. It's the valuation of that saved energy. And that's not only the fiscal benefit to the customer in terms of their monetary energy savings, but it's also avoided procurement costs, greenhouse gas mitigation costs. There are a number of things that go into that value of unit of energy saved. That said, we are not currently achieving a 1.0 TRC. Our single family program is doing very well, is performing about a 1.0, and we think when we make some of these adjustments with the low energy users, it can actually exceed that 1-to-1 ratio. That said, some of these other customer sectors that we're serving, the multifamily program I believe is about at a 0.4, and the small commercial program is about at a 0.3 on that ratio scale. While those aren't achieving the 1-to-1 numbers that the Energy Commission, or the Public Utilities Commission would like to see, they are standing shoulder to shoulder with similar programs of their type in the utility infrastructure, the multifamily and small commercial programs that are offered through there. And that, I would argue, is a characteristic of the fact that these are extremely difficult markets to serve. Most importantly, they're both characterized by something called the split incentive. That's where the landlord owns the energy using equipment, but the tenant pays the bills. And when you have a situation like that, it's very difficult to overcome those kinds of barriers. So it doesn't mean that I don't think we should and could be doing better serving those sectors, but I think it also demonstrates the fact that in order to achieve that 1-to-1 ratio on a portfolio-wide basis, we need to be able to choose the programs that we implement so that we have some of those very high-performing programs to help sort of bolster along some of those lower-performing programs.
I guess I'm kind of a numbers guy, thinking that part of this board's responsibility is to kind of monitor our moving toward a goal. I wonder if it's possible at some point in the future the board to actually get without getting into too many details, just a simple summary of a dollar comparison. We spend $1 in here based on the CPUC zone guidelines. You know, where are we moving toward that goal in just a simple number?
Yeah, absolutely. So in your packets, there should be some tables that include the TRC figures for each of the programs, which is that total resource cost. But I think your point is well taken, that it might be worth a technical committee or some other meeting to actually sort of dive into what goes into that, how are we performing along that. And also, I am keenly interested in proposing alternative metrics, which we can talk to in great detail as well, because what I'm finding as an energy efficiency program administrator is that the current metric for calculating energy efficiency savings leaves so much opportunity on the table and does kind of a poor job about valuing greenhouse gas impacts, water conservation, some of these other leveraged benefits that I think should really all be part of the calculus, especially for driving towards a greenhouse gas mitigation goal, which is what the state is supporting as their objective. So I am really excited that you want to dive into this, because I think it's something that's very rich for discussion and is very timely too. The CPUC is considering an analysis of this metric as they move into this 10-year portfolio planning process.
And for those of you that have your board packet in front of you, it's also on the website. It's page 2 of the staff report for energy efficiency, item 5, that has the TRC listed for each of the programs broken down. We can certainly talk about that more in the future.
And just one more thing, I'm sorry. We are trying to improve the information that we provide to you as board members. So if you see that you're missing something or you want something else, please do let me know, and we can build on these tables as we provide them monthly.
Okay, thank you, Becky, and I'm also pleased to announce that I was able to stay for this because I got a text from Kiki. She's up and walking.
Yay!
Great. So, and I also sense that you did a very excellent job in the presentation in highlighting the barriers, and also looking at the total numbers of participants in that community consultation process. It shows the need to engage the community in a more robust fashion. But I think, Ford, your comment regarding the gas issue is probably the most illustrative thing that we can think about. The issue about natural gas is it's not in our purvey, but yet within a greenhouse gas process, the most cost-effective investment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the energy portfolio right now today is low-grade solar thermal. But yet the price of gas is so cheap that the economic investment for the homeowner or the business user to invest in low-grade solar thermal is not economically viable. But yet it gives us the largest greenhouse gas reductions dollar per dollar. And yet our organization has not been able to come to that because gas is out of our purview. And I'm very pleased that the authorities are starting to recognize that there is only one customer, and they are given a multiplicity of options from a variety of sources. And in order to be effective, we've got to make sure that that customer decision process is made easy. And this ability for us to go after natural gas for greenhouse gas reductions, because in the PG&E cost-effective market philosophy, it's not cost-effective. But for greenhouse gas reductions, it is the #1 investment. So it's a challenge. It's a challenge how we bring evaluating that kind of process, and it also shows you the need for integration, that we have to bring multiple sources here so we can work together with a single customer. So thank you very much, Rebecca.
Thanks for your comments.
Director Green.
You saw the wheels turning more than I did. What immediately comes to mind in light of David's comments, which I appreciate, would be that the remedy would be some kind of a financing option that would equalize the scales, that then would offset the disparity in cost that you identified, David, between cheap gas but no global warming benefit versus more expensive solar with way bigger bang for the buck. And it seems like that's right for what one traditional role of government is, which is to step in and subsidize, which is probably beyond what this organization can do now, but ought to be an objective that we look at least ideologically in terms of what our long-range and overall focus is. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I'm just, thank you, Ford. You always have great ideas. I'm just thinking, what about cap and trade dollars? I mean, there's different ways to go at this with the right kind of political partnership. Yeah.
You know, look, the challenge has always been in energy efficiency is how do you monetize the megawatt? How do you make it pay? And I'm firmly of the belief in the cap and trade system. We've now got Chevron paying their $11 or $17 per metric ton to produce carbon. But that revenue has gone into a big pot. And how that revenue then gets back to our community base to pay for the offset of that solar thermal opportunity to reduce gas. And I've been struggling with trying to find answers, and everybody keeps saying, oh, I don't know, about the cap and trade dividend and how it's going to come down to this level. It's now being captured basically by large infrastructure, transportation, fast trains, Los Angeles, you name it. But I think for real efficacy at the CCA level, that leverage option is going to be a significant source of new revenue and it's going to be paid for success.
Right, and I think those are conversations we want to have with the Office of Policy and Research in Sacramento about that allocation.
Further questions or comments? Great discussion, you guys. Thank you, Becky. Thank you, team. We're running about half hour behind, not too bad. We have a lot of time built in at the end. So, believe it or not, we seem to be fairly on schedule. Let's take a break. The next topic is a real important one that has come up in the past. It's a good time to dust it off. Governance, identity, basic issues. So, thinking 15 minutes, Tom?
Sure.
All right, let's do it. 15-minute break.
10?
10? All right, let's do 10. At this time, though, let's move to item 7, MCE local renewable projects, and we have some presentations starting with our feed-in tariff project.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, I'll actually just make a quick introductory comment. We've been really excited in the last 4 months to have some new feed-in tariff applications come into MCE, and we wanted to have an opportunity today for the board and the public to hear a little bit from the folks that are looking to develop these projects. And we really appreciate you taking the time to come in today. We're going to hear from a couple of folks that are either own land or are going to be doing development of a local feed-in tariff project. So we just wanted to welcome you and thank you very much for taking the time to come today.
Don, do you want to introduce the two first? Or?
Yeah, Greg's going to introduce.
Okay, all right.
So the first project we'll talk about is the 286 kilowatt project at the Cost Plus in Larkspur. This is Divya.
Yeah, my name is Davia. Good afternoon. I am a project admin standing in for a project developer this afternoon on our Cost Plus Plaza. It's about 380 kilowatt DC, solar PV. It's a roof penetration, not a ballasted system. It's, I can't see the address, 2052 Redwood Highway. So if you're familiar with the Cost Plus Plaza, there's Trader Joe's there as well, Men's Warehouse. And it's owned by Rawson, Blum and Leon with RBR is our client. We are MCE approved at this point, and we are waiting. We have our planning submittal approved from the city of Larkspur, and we're waiting on our client to sign the PG&E interconnection application. In the beginning, we had some delays getting a CEQA exemption, which was an environmental exemption because it's a rooftop PV. That took about 3 weeks to a month to get CEQA to exempt us with the city of Larkspur. And our greatest delays have been with our client feeling comfortable with the PG&E interconnection agreement and with MCE's agreement. So we're waiting on our client right now to sign that PG&E interconnection agreement. We found the experience of working with MCE very, they've been fielding our questions, helping us communicate between our client, PG&E, MCE. There's these California ISO requirements that we needed to understand to get them to feel comfortable. They are a risk-averse client, so I would say mostly we're in a delay pattern until they feel comfortable in understanding those two agreements. We had some struggle understanding the MCE checklist as far as timelines were concerned. It's a checklist that states, you know, when the PPAs would be signed and what paperwork was required. But for the most part, Greg's been answering our questions, and we've almost got them to drink the water. We have found that PG&E puts a very long extension on their interconnection. There's about 60 days that they have to sign to countersign after the client signs, and then 60 days after permission to operate the system. So we're looking to build in mid-January. We'll be well done by March. And our online date will be somewhere between May 15th and July 15th. Again, it's because of the PG&E delays in getting the project online. Let's see here. We would just like there to have been maybe an FAQ, or here's some things to look out for from MCE, maybe on their webpage, to understand how we could balance the interests of PG&E, our client, and MCE. So that's pretty much where we're at. Are there any questions? Yeah.
Do you have any more information on the CEQA issues?
Well, all I know is that we're a roof mount, so you're supposed to get an exemption. I'm not sure what entity it is, but it's the city of Larkspur, and I'm not sure what entity that does that. But, any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
Next we'll have Roy Phillips from Rep Energy. This project sponsor for the our Soul Shares project at the Cooley Quarry, and another 500 kilowatt project there as well.
Hi, thank you everyone. So I don't have any presentation today, so I'll just speak a bit about the project and some of the challenges. So the Cooley Quarry is an abandoned quarry on the outside of Novato, right near Stafford Lake. And it's just what it sounds like. It's a quarry that got shut down in 1979. So, and it's about 1.25 miles down a private road. So from an environmental and visual impact, it's extremely good. So the process with Marin County Planning was challenging in many ways and time consuming. It took almost a year. And it actually consists of 2 1-megawatt projects on one site. And so the planning department was very professional and worked with us, and we actually were able to work with the other local environmental agencies, and with a pretty positive outcome, had a unanimous decision to approve the project. Nobody appealed it, which is also a very good thing that can happen in these type of projects. So the planning approval process, conditional use, it was ag zone land, or is ag zone land, so we had to get a conditional use permit. Like I said, for the most part, that process went well, except for it took a year. And then all of this too, it's kind of the common thread that's going to be here too is it's always a race with these projects where as the feed-in tariff or incentive prices are dropping, multiple people are, trying to get to the finish line first, but we don't know when we're going to get there, and it affects financing and everything else. So then there's the building permit process was very easy. Took 3 or 4 weeks, and that was a very smooth process. And to echo what the woman said that was up before me, sorry I forgot her name, but probably one of the biggest hurdles to this whole process is the PG&E interconnection process. And so in the case of the quarry where it's only a couple miles from a substation, there's a high capacity 12 kV power line that goes right adjacent to the property. And it went through the PG&E WDAP fast track process. That went pretty smoothly, except for 2 things. One, on the first 1-megawatt project, there's a $416,000 interconnection cost. Typically on something like this, it's more like $60,000 to $100,000 kind of a thing. PG&E in late November of last year came up with a new policy to study PV, photovoltaic solar, like a synchronous generator. And there was a lot of things around that the system could potentially island. And what that means is if the grid goes down, that somehow it could continue to export power to the grid, which would cause a safety issue and other things like that. All inverters today, or any that you would use for this type of application, have a UL listing, UL 1741, where they cannot operate unless that the grid is up, and not only that the grid is up, but it's in a certain voltage and waveform. So the grid has to be operating properly for an inverter. It's all listed for that. I had several conversations with PG&E engineering from the inverter company, my engineer, brick wall. And this basically caused additional equipment to be necessary to the tune of about $300,000 worth. And then it also delayed the schedule of the project. It's also something too that's a very important thing. And by the way, I also have assigned SGIA and PG&E, once again, that was mentioned just from the last person, is you hand them a signed interconnection agreement that they produce that you don't get to edit. And they say, well, we have up until 60 days to countersign it. So part of the challenge too is just the schedule to interconnect. So that's one of the things, and I'll go back to that. So, you know, there's some new policies in place. The WDAT, wholesale distribution tariff process, is overseen by FERC, Federal Energy Regulation Commission. There's another type of interconnection called the Rule 21 that's overseen by the CPUC. Why am I saying all this? There's a different rule book for all of this. There's a different rule book with the WDAT. There's a different rule book for a Rule 21. There's a different rule book if you were going to be doing a net meter project of the same size. So, you know, that's just a challenge. That's overcome. We're doing it. And another thing too that is just difficult is not only is the expense of the interconnection cost, you know, directly impacts the project economics, but there's also something, the monthly cost of ownership, which on this for 13.4 years is going to cost $1,900 a month that I have to pay PG&E more than I should have to install this equipment. I give it to them. I then pay the taxes, their taxes, because they got it for cheaper. Then on top of that, I pay them to take care of it after I gave it to them. So all challenges, but all overcomable, even though difficult. And now let's get to schedule. So when PG&E looks at the agreement with PG&E is the SGIA, Small Generation Interconnection Agreement. And before anybody signs that, it has a schedule of, you know, when PG&E is going to do their construction, when things happen within the schedule. That's baked into this contract. They can't exceed those dates, but they can certainly happen much sooner. So one of the things I went back and forth with PG&E quite a bit was they have this project coming online, COD, in January of 2016, which is not going to be the case, but they had to put that in the contract and they refused to do otherwise. There's things within the contract like, oh, it's going to take them 60 days to sign it. Well, it actually is going to take them like 5 days to sign it, but they won't change the dates in the contract. There's things like to post the security deposit, which is in my case is $416,000. I have up to 90 days. Well, I'm going to do that like in a week, but once again, they won't change the contract. So and then there's just, you know, 6 months for design and things like this that are unrealistic. The reality of it is that, and I'm a developer, I'm also senior project manager for Panasonic Enterprise Solutions. Right now I'm doing about 60 megawatts of projects very similar to this in northern and central Southern California that are CREST, which is the Southern California Edison's feed-in tariff program, as well as the PG&E's feed-in tariff program. So I'm very familiar with the interconnection process and how it works. And so the schedule being one unrealistic, this is what impact it has. So it has impact on my financing. It's hard to go to the bank and say, hey, I'm not going to be able to turn this on until a year and a half from now. It has an impact on Marin Clean Energy. You've got customers and promises that you need to fulfill when these projects are coming online. And so, you know, it's all difficult for everybody to do this, but it's also just, unfortunately, the game we chose to play in. But other than that, I've got, like I said, CUP approved, building permit approved, interconnection approved. I'll post the deposit as soon as I get the interconnection back, which will probably be in a few days. I'll do everything in my power to expedite the interconnection process. My expectation is to see COD more in the Q2 of next year, and possibly sooner. As far as constructioning everything, and I think that that's really worth talking about. So Rep Energy is actually signatory to the IBEW. So in this project, I'll use local union labor for all the electrical. I also have a partner, Frank Gobar. I've been a local solar contractor here in Marin County, living here for 25 years. I've been a solar contractor for about 15. Frank Gobar, my partner, who's co-owner of this project, he's lived in Marin for 20 plus years, has a general construction company, a solar construction company, locally in San Rafael here, actually, or in San Rafael. So we're a local-based companies. We're using local union labor for the electrical part of it via Rep Energy. We're also using other sources of training programs, such as the Marin City Community Development Group. And so I've already been talking with them in conjunction with the IBEW to actually have their people trained to become apprentices. And then it's just local labor and, you know, all these other things that are so important to us of keeping a local project truly being a local project. And then Frank Gobar and myself will own this project long term. So it's not going to get sold off to somebody else or some, you know, big company someplace else. It'll stay. We have other projects we're trying to develop in Marin County that are just along, you know, getting along the trail. And I think that that's about all I have to say for this project. So I'll open up to any questions anybody may have.
Thank you.
No question.
Yes.
So the roughly $400,000 interconnection fee that you said you had to, is that something that you expected or not expected? And is there some sort of a regulatory framework around that particular interconnection based on the number of watts you're putting?
So I did not expect it, but I've known about it for quite some time. I've been fighting it for 8 months almost, but to no avail. So it was a surprise 8 months ago when I first applied. There is no mechanism in place to regulate the costs. They could say it costs $10 million. And it's difficult because, you know, and I'm not going to bash PG&E or anything like that, because they're actually, their engineering department and all that is, you know, they're very good and they work with you. But with that said, what they say, you don't have much recourse to debate it. And in the case of this anti-islanding, they might, somehow it might backfeed through the grid, which was the majority of the cost of this interconnection. Logic didn't matter, and I didn't have any recourse. I could file a protest with FERC. That's a 1-year thing or 2-year thing. It costs $200,000 or $300,000. To me, it was more important. It was more than more important. It was kind of life or death to get this project built as soon as possible. So it's very important for me, and I also know it's very important for Marin Clean Energy. And I also really feel like we're a team working together to get these projects constructed. So long answer to your question, but no, you take what you get and you say, thank you, may I have another, please?
Thank you, Roy.
Next to it for Misty Norton, she represents the 2 megawatts of new development in Richmond.
Thanks, Greg. Well, that shows the property. And then we can go on to the next one. So, hi, my name is Misty Norton. I work for Russell Pacific, and I'm consulting on the project in Richmond. We kind of nicknamed it the Freethie project. It's right off Richmond Parkway. And you just saw the location of it, an aerial from it just a moment ago. And this is basically the ground mount, the structural drawings of how this system will lie on the ground. And we are currently in the process of getting the building permit in conjunction with the PG&E interconnection. The City of Richmond has been very helpful, and Tom Butt's been very helpful. We're through CEQA, and we're currently in the building department process. We're through electrical. We've been approved by the fire department. We're just waiting on structural right now, and we expect that very quickly. Although the City of Richmond, they have been really helpful. It's been a little bit of a struggle because this is the first of its kind in Richmond, such a large ground mount system. So it's a learning process for them, and we're almost to the finish line at this point. Some of the PG&E, we're getting through PG&E. We're through the initial review, which is the first step, supplemental review, which is second. We just got approved for our electrical independent test, which basically is approval for the interconnection. And the next process is just getting the cost. How much is it going to cost? Roy, every project is a little different depending on where it's located with PG&E, and that's where the costs come from. And possibly because Roy is in such a rural area, the lines there aren't as friendly as in a populated area. For example, on the San Rafael Airport project, the interconnection went really smoothly and was relatively inexpensive. And that's because everything was right there. The more rural you get, typically the more expensive. There's rumors of projects that have been quoted, millions of dollars for interconnection. They're usually in very rural areas. So we have a worst case, best case for interconnection costs out at in Richmond. And then we're going to try to get it. We're hoping it's not the worst case, but even at the worst case, it's doable for us. A few of, with the process taking so long, one of the negatives for us this time is equipment cost has gone up significantly since we started this project. Module pricing, due to a import tariff that was added to Chinese modules, has significantly impacted our price of the end result. And we are still working with Richmond on a path that they would like to have built on the shoreline adjacent to the property, and that's holding us up. We're hoping it's not going to hold us up any longer than it needs to. And then also Roy did touch on something on the cost of the interconnection, something MCE. I would really like them to be in the know of this, because I was quite shocked on the first project, the first MCE project that I worked on, is that basically the interconnection cost, and it's interesting the way they do their math, but it works out almost to the penny. You have to pay a maintenance fee on all the equipment that accommodates the solar interconnection, and it works out to be almost to the penny the exact same cost as the interconnection. So I don't know if you figured that out. So if you have an interconnection cost of $400,000 over a 10-year period of time of your maintenance costs that you have to pay PG&E, works out to $400,000. So it's basically double. And it's a lot of money. So it's just something I wanted to bring to your attention, because that's something that's a heavy hit for us on these projects. I don't think I have anything else. I think that's about it. If anybody has any questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So is PG&E, we're pretty much through PG&E except for the cost. And as I said, you know, it's doable at the highest cost. And Richmond, I think we're very confident that we're going to get through Richmond pretty quickly. You know, we have to have this project built next year. Next week. So we have to have it completed next year, and it's to do with, you know, the tax appetite of the owners. And so that's our goal. I mean, we plan to break ground this year. So.
That's great. Any questions or comments on this?
I thought solar module pricing has generally been on a very much downward trend. And that's made a lot of the economics of solar, but you seem to contradict that.
Yeah, it went down a lot significantly, but just recently they imposed a import tariff on all Chinese modules coming into the United States. And so what that has affected non-Chinese modules, because now they can't increase their prices because they can, because the Chinese price has gone up very high. They're going to make a final decision on it at the end of this year, at the latest early next year. But in the meantime, they are imposing the tariff, and they're putting the money into, our government's putting the money into an escrow account. So, but it looks it looks like the tariff's going to stick. So it did go way down, but now it's come back up.
Quick question. Who's fighting, or is there any entity or group of entities fighting to kind of fix this interconnect tariff issue? Because it's really, you're sort of held at gunpoint in a monopoly kind of system. And it really is a deterrent for smaller installations too.
Well, it is just really costly to connect directly to the grid. If you have a smaller system, you know, to me, it just really doesn't make sense to do this type of interconnection. So you have net metered that basically feeds into the building, and the cost for that is insignificant, you know. But it's direct to the grid, and what happens is when you're feeding power directly to the grid, you're a power company, you know, and now you have to have all these safety factors built into PG&E, and they're conservative, and it is their grid, they own it, you know, they're not a government entity, they're, you know, they're their own company, and, you know, I don't want to defend them, but they have every right to make sure that their grid's not going to get fried. I think that PG&E is just too huge, you know, and so there's so many things that can be done a lot easier and less costly, but because the company is so large, it's just impossible for them. The only thing I suggest is if it's a smaller system, go net metered. If it's a larger system, understand that your interconnection could easily be $300,000 plus another $300,000 for the maintenance, and so you need to work all of that into it ahead of time. But, you know, on the flip side, I think Roy touched on this too. The people that work for PG&E, they're just like us. You know, they're nice people, and they just have to follow the rules. And I've had, in my experience of nearly 15 years in solar, I've always had great experiences with PG&E. It's just the process.
We can follow up offline.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And lastly, we'll hear from Trevor Ham, who's working on the Binford Road Storage Project in Novato.
Hello, thank you all for having me. My name is Trevor Ham. I'm involved with the Binford Road Storage Development up in Novato, or near Novato. For those who don't know where that is, it's out by the Ganasfield Airport. In 2007, this site was approved for 133,000 square feet of self-storage over 13 buildings. And we have geared up to build what will be a first phase of this development next spring. Well, we've already broken ground on the grading, but we expect to have the first phase completed next summer. And if you want to go to the next slide, maybe. That is just kind of a site plan of the first phase. That's just a screenshot from helioscope. Maybe one more over. There, right there. So this is a rendering of what the first phase will be. And this project presented kind of a unique situation for Marin Energy Authority because this will be a new development that already had its approvals, and the goal will be to, or the goal is to do the final finishing touches on the building design and the site design to be fully integrated with the solar array. So the permitting status, fortunately we were already on the other end of the Marin County approval when we started this. But even just the amendment that was required in order for us to install this array took almost a year. PG&E, we're still in our supplemental review of the project. We're waiting to hear back from them with their thoughts on that, with our fingers crossed for the interconnect fee. The construction, we've already began some rough grading, and we will continue to grade through the winter as possible through the winter. We're fortunate to have a lot of the areas on the development that do not drain off-site, so we have a bit of a unique opportunity to do a lot of the groundwork during the winter. We hope to have the foundations and some of the final things done in the spring. And it's kind of hard to tell there, but maybe if you want to go to the next slide. We'll be breaking the development into buildings and then covered canopy. And you can see on the right there, the canopies will be made out of the solar panels, basically. And it'll mimic a flush mount roof array at about 10 degrees. And then the buildings will have kind of your standard roof mount at about 22 degrees.
And these are existing buildings?
No, these are buildings that will be built in the spring.
Because there is a self-storage.
There are two, if you want to go back 3 slides, I believe, on the area, there, right there. There are 2 existing storage facilities on the left. You can see on this aerial view the roof lines. And this project, and this is specifically this first phase, lends itself well to solar because of the orientation. You can see that the site is oriented and the buildings are oriented east to west, and they're spaced naturally, and it's relatively close to the main line there. So yeah, there are some existing storage facilities. This unit mix, on the subject of self-storage, this unit mix and the outdoor canopy structures will bring a little bit of a differentiated product as compared to those existing facilities, as far as if that's what you were asking about. But so that's that. The economic impact and job creation. We haven't done any job creation studies, but $2.5 million into the solar industry and $4+ million in the construction industry. The impact that I'd like to see this project have is more towards it being a good example of how commercial development should be built in this new day and age. Every new commercial lightweight building should have solar on as much roof as possible. It should be collecting the water. They should be using as many recycled materials as possible and minimizing the impervious surfaces. So this development will show all of that. We've got a lot of wetland creation and preservation within the setup as well, and we hope that it'll just be a good poster child for buildings in the future, and we were happy to be able to tie into the feed-in tariff and have it pencil out.
I think it would be good to get a better sense of the job creation piece. That is kind of something, Greg, maybe you can work with them on that.
Typically, a megawatt size project is in 20 to 30 jobs would be ballpark number.
Yeah, there's the job creation of the solar, and then of the development as a whole, and the maintenance, the landscaping, the maintenance of the site, the maintenance of the array. It's all. There'll be a lot more going on then than there is now at the site, which is nothing really. And so, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take a stab at them.
How's the project getting funded?
It's going to be, we're syndicating a local group of investors, and so it'll be funded with the rest of the development as one large loan and funding process. Yeah.
Further questions?
Why did it take a year to get through the Marin County planning?
That's a great question. A fun tidbit is it took over 10 years to get the actual development approval for this site, even though it was an old abandoned boat junkyard. So I'm not sure why it takes so long sometimes, but it did take numerous applications, and it just takes a lot of time. Yeah, I'm not sure why it shouldn't have taken that long.
One interesting tidbit too, this project actually had a solar requirement as part of its original planning component. So basically increasing the size of that is what forced another review of the project.
Yeah, one of the conditions of approval was to have solar, but it was a really small array, and so this will be bringing a lot more solar online. Roy.
Hey, how you doing?
How's it going?
What's the size? Is this a 1 megawatt?
Yeah, it's 0.99 megawatt. Yeah, 990 kilowatt.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg, any other feed-in tariff?
No more feed-in tariff projects. We do have a presenter for this, working with us on the Chevron development, the local project scene.
Can you, before that, just 30 seconds on the fact that we've established like a queue system?
Yeah, so we have a queue of projects. I think we have 6 projects in the queue right now. One of them is the Soul Shares project, 990 kilowatts. That's part of Roy's project. We have another 4,097 kilowatts in standard feed-in tariff projects. So we're in stage 3, condition 3 of the feed-in tariff. We still have about 1,200 kilowatts available in that condition 3 of the tariff.
And if you recall, the entirety of the feed-in tariff program was capped at 10 megawatts, so it sounds like all total, if the projects in the queue are constructed, we basically have
just
half
under,
of that.
Just under 6.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. And with that, I'll turn it over to folks from Stein to talk about.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jeff Chang, and I head up the project development group for a company called Stion Corporation. We're actually a U.S. based, locally based here in San Jose, California. We offer 100% made in USA solutions. So I know that there was some discussion earlier about some Chinese modules. We're very different than that, and we have solutions that actually counter all of the Chinese-made product that's out in the marketplace. So I'd love to talk to you a little bit today and give you an update on a project that's different than the FIT project some of the other developers have been working on. This is a project we've been working on with the Marin Clean Energy Group as well as with Chevron on a development project in Richmond, California. Just a little bit of background on our group. We actually are been in the solar development business for many years. We've worked with utilities around the country, both locally as well, and we've worked with a lot of municipalities. So we understand many of the issues that are surrounding the development landscape, especially in solar. Just the next slide gives you an idea of the project summary here. This is actually a much larger development. This is a 12 megawatt project that we're looking at the Chevron refinery. We were at a detailed site visit yesterday, as a matter of fact, just following up on details here. There are 2 stages to this project. One is approximately a 5 megawatt single axis tracking development, which is very interesting, utilizing tracking technology to follow the sun during the day. It'd be very much a public showcase actually for a lot of the local residents to be able to really see the technology advances in solar. And in the second site, we plan to do a fixed tilt offering, which is more of a traditional ground mount development. The timing for this project is 2016. This is a larger scale project, and we're looking to try to do the initial stage during 2015, with the second stage happening simultaneously and really reaching the kind of COD stage in 2016. Just a little bit of overview on the major development functions. I think we've gone through some of these. At this particular stage, and we'll give you an update on the project, we are at the pre-feasibility planning stage. We're quickly moving into the interconnection, permitting, engineering, design, and financing stage for the project, and then eventually we'll move into the procurement and construction stage. I think the real successful point there is at the bottom, is that in order for a project, especially of this scope and of this complexity, to be successful, there has to be tight integration with the parties involved. Current project status right now, again, as I mentioned, we're in the site control planning stage. We have secured the land lease, or MCE has secured the land lease with our input, and we did hold a detailed site walk and review with Chevron yesterday, as a matter of fact. So with respect to permitting, some of the work has already been completed. There is a secret requirement that's satisfied already. We are working with a local engineering firm around geotech analysis and some civil analysis, and we are already properly zoned for this particular development. So we are a little bit ahead of the game in that particular area. Design and engineering is an area that we're working on next, or we plan to work on next together closely with MCE and Chevron. We'll take the layouts and the engineering reviews, and we'll go through the beginnings of the interconnection process. And simultaneously to that, to save time, we've already started on the financing side of the equation as well, and we work very closely with institutional financiers throughout the country. So, from a project schedule perspective, as I mentioned, this is a much larger endeavor. It will take us, whoops, if we can turn that project schedule, into 2016 for full completion. There is one particular deadline that I want to make sure that the board and certainly the executives of MCE are already familiar with, and that's the expiration of the 30% federal investment tax credit. That expires currently at the end of 2016. So there is a large rush to get this project in the ground and operational before that particular date, significantly ahead of the end of 2016, so as to not present any financing risk. And in order to do that, it really has to be kind of full speed ahead here. You know, there was an interesting topic some of the other developers, local developers here had talked about, and that's with respect to the budget requirements for these particular projects. Given the nature of this project, we expect the pre-construction budget requirements to be in excess of $1.5 to $2 million. A large portion of that will require the interconnection areas that, again, the lady had mentioned earlier. That's we are tying into a PG&E grid. There are complexities involved here. Certainly being at an oil refinery with significant infrastructure, it just adds to the overall complexities there, and there's a lot of cost involved as well. There's also permitting related costs and permitting related fees. We expect that to be in the neighborhood of at least $250,000. That being said, we, along with our financing partners, are prepared to provide financing for that particular pre-construction cost for the budget for MCE's benefit. I just wanted to point out, actually, on that particular slide, there was some discussion around, I think what, I apologize, ma'am, I forgot your name, but you had mentioned kind of the total cost of ownership. And that is a very significant point. People, when they think of interconnection costs, they just think of the direct costs for facility upgrades, for distribution upgrades, but PG&E has implemented a whole section called total cost of ownership, which can effectively almost double the actual interconnection cost itself. So when you enter into this type of a development, there is a significant budget requirement that is required to be set aside in advance if you're going to play the role of developer here. So I just give a sample of that on the slides as well. Some of just our project qualifications and why we're involved in this particular project. There's an existing solar development actually on the site itself. My colleague here, Greg Page, was actually the developer for that particular project. So we know that particular area, know a lot of the requirements for working with Chevron and challenges around the land very, very well. We've already had a pre-existing relationship with Chevron. As a company, we supplied the solar solution for their development in Qatar, in the Middle East, and Chevron actually acknowledged our expertise and the solar relationship that was already defined yesterday in our site walk as well. As I mentioned earlier, we're locally based in the Bay Area. All of our design engineering expertise is in the Bay Area. We are a licensed contractor as well in California. 100% made in USA solar solutions. We actually have the other half of our company is a solar manufacturing plant. We manufacture all of our solar panels in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. So we're one of the last companies in the United States to be able to offer that. I'm really proud to be able to say that. And we are not faced with the tariff challenges that was mentioned earlier as well with the import charges that are being used for Chinese panels. So I'm proud to say that if we get this development going, it will truly be 100% local and 100% made in the USA. We have established local relationships with the City of Richmond and a lot of the material contractors and laborers there in the area as well. Again, as I mentioned, my colleague had done probably the largest existing dual tracker development in Richmond that's existing right now. And we've had a very nice working relationship with MCE. We've been looking at various projects together really over the last 18 months. So I think we have a very solid working relationship to be able to kind of expedite a lot of challenges in doing a large-scale development together. So we appreciate MCE's help in all of that. So just wanted to give you kind of just that brief overview of where we stand on this particular project. Again, it's not an FIT project. It's a very different project where we believe MCE will actually own the project over time, and it will help with their renewable requirements that are imposed by the state. So if there's any questions, be happy to answer. Please.
What was the previous project you did adjacent to the refinery?
The previous project was WCWD wastewater treatment facility with the dual access trackers.
West County wastewater, you did that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the second question is, why are some of the arrays trackers and some of them fixed?
That's a development choice. The tracking technology actually improves your overall solar yield, the amount of energy that's being produced from solar radiation. It's a cost issue primarily as well.
Why don't you do some one, some the other?
Well, it just depends. Sometimes each individual project is very customizable. WCWD wanted dual utilization of their property, and the only way in available land that was available was the holding ponds. So what we developed was a truncated cone with concrete and then stuck the tracker on top of that, still utilizing the water ponds and of their use that they need on a daily and weekly basis, and then utilizing the solar power to power the pumps and their facility. And that was just a unique for that particular area, essentially.
You can also add that this site, 20 acres of the site, is the site that we can penetrate the soil. So that would be acceptable for a tracking array that would require more structures. And the fixed arrays then would be on a balancing system on the portion that's on the landfill, so there would be no penetration on that side.
And then the last question I have, maybe some of the other presenters would like to chime in, but these interconnection costs, are they real costs to PG&E or is that BS?
Yeah, I mean, we could both probably answer it and answer it for. I mean, I've done projects for the last 8 years throughout the state of California, throughout the United States, and over into Europe. And these are very real costs. The best way I can give everybody an analogy is if you look at the tip of your finger and you try to think how much blood flow has to come back the opposite direction to keep you alive, it's the same thing with energy. So you're taking a large sum of energy and trying to push it the opposite direction. What happens is the utilities want you to build these transformers and substations and all the backfeed to go the opposite direction. And those are real costs. So they look at us at the last resort, oh, you want to hook to our grid, you're going to have to put this infrastructure in, and they take their time and they take the process, and there's things called capacity feasibility studies and things like that you have to do to see if you can actually push that power back through that way, and that's really some of the realistic costs that exist. So.
There are ways that we work with PG&E and other utilities to help shave down and be a little bit more efficient on the cost and on the design. That's where having the true expertise around these scale projects really help, but by no means do I want to diminish the actual costs that are involved. They are significant, they are real, they will be priced into the project, and to a certain degree at some stage you will not have a choice. You will have to pay those costs.
And then finally, it'd be nice if, can you guys get in touch with me or leave me a card.
Sure.
I'd like for you to make this presentation in Richmond, maybe our city council meeting sometime.
We'd be happy to.
Don, this is actually where the Deep Green Fund is funding pre-development costs. Right?
Yeah, great to remind everyone of that the board made a decision 18 months ago to take 50% of all the Deep Green revenue that comes across above the cost, and it goes into a special fund that's set aside in our budget for pre-development costs for local solar installations. And so some of the initial costs are already coming out of that fund to pay for some of the engineering and pre-development work that's happening right now for this project.
Can I make a quick comment to your question about PG&E costs? A little slightly different than what you said. So I guess kind of several things. So one, there is work that PG&E needs to do anyway, and because we're doing this, we end up doing some of that work and paying for it. But I think probably more importantly is that there's a lot of work that doesn't really need to be done for safety reasons, which, you know, we can't ever do anything that's not safe. But there's things like, in my example, I'm talking about this anti-islanding thing and the inverters and all this expensive switchgear. There was no reason why that had to be done, but I'm doing it. So there's part of that. Also, there's these costs. They're always estimated costs. And they may be more, they may be less. Typically, I've probably seen about 50 of these over the last 3 or 4 years. And they're typically end up costing 30 to 40% less than the estimated price. PG&E is required, it's difficult to get them to do it, to give you an actual accounting of what it costs, and you can actually get a refund.
Yeah, and that being said, though, the refund comes at the end of the statement, at the end of when the project is effectively turned on, and you do have to pay their deposits, as the gentleman had mentioned earlier, in advance.
It comes 6 months after it's turned on.
Correct. We all wish for refunds, but.
I just have one final question. Out of curiosity, do any of these projects, are they going to use union labor?
Yes, we fully intend to use local union labor for the electrical portion of the work, and part of our process that we've agreed upon is to conduct an RFP process for the local union labor to be done from Richmond.
And sourcing materials as well. When I did WCWD, we used about 45 different individuals from the local area in Richmond. We also got the concrete, the metal rebar, which was significant. Actually, it was several hundred yards of concrete, and local gentlemen there that came in and did that. And then we also had commissioning process and other materials that came in as well, all from Richmond. So.
How about the marine projects? Any of them use union labor?
Yeah, so the quarry, as an example, will use union labor and also local training workforce programs.
Yeah.
So yes.
That's information that needs to be gotten out there to our friends at IBEW and the legislature.
Yeah, absolutely. What do
Yes.
you estimate the total cost for this project to be?
We haven't finalized the full design for the project, to be fair, so I don't want to grossly overestimate or underestimate the project costs, but we expect this to be roughly in the neighborhood of $30 million.
Roughly how much?
$30 million.
30 million.
Plus or minus there.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to seamlessly move into item A.
Okay.
With that background.
Yeah.
So this will be pretty quick because a lot of this was covered by the developers themselves, but.
Greg, let's really, talk about where we're at in solar shares, kind of how it's going to work, how it ties in.
Okay.
That really can be, I think, a marquee project for us.
Absolutely.
And then you're also going to discuss a little bit more on MCE. Okay.
So just kind of a little bit background on our local development history. Obviously, our first project to come online was the Centerville Airport, just a little less than 2 years ago. That project is producing right now about 15% more energy than was originally anticipated to produce, and that's what we're estimating going forward. That size of project will serve about 300 average MCE customers. There's some photos of the San Rafael Airport project. In our current local development process, we still have a 1 megawatt Marin carport that is under development with some delays in interconnection at the Buck Institute. We expect that to be online hopefully by the end of next year if they can get their interconnection process moving forward. We obviously have the site control agreement with Chevron approved on September 5th. We're moving forward with working on a development plan for that project to get approved by Chevron. The interconnection application, Stein's working with us to develop some of the civil work and design work for that project as well. The Port of Richmond, we've looked at several sites with the Port of Richmond. There's continuing issues with competing interests of the existing tenants on those sites. So it's always difficult to find a site that the port seems appropriate to them, but then the tenants have a conflicting view of the availability of that site. So we're continuing to hit stumbling blocks on finding a site that's appropriate there. The EDF carport project, again, it's about 1,900 megawatt hours. That'll be a fixed carport array. They expect that to be online hopefully by March 29th of next year. We'll see. Brownfield project, expecting try to get COD by 2117. Again, the end of 2016 is the deadline for the federal tax credit. That'll be anywhere from a minimum of 2 to 12 megawatts of a project site. It'll power roughly 3,600 average homes for us. Richmond Port property, again, little stumbling blocks with that project. Our FIT applications themselves, we went over this with the other folks. We have the 4,762 kilowatts of feed-in tariff projects and the 990 kilowatts of the Soul Shares project. The last number I heard was we have about 80 requests of interest on the Soul Shares project, would be roughly a third of the subscription we require for that 1 megawatt project. That, according to Roy, that should be online about the middle of next year. Was there specific questions you had about Soul Shares or how that's being tied in?
For those who maybe aren't as familiar with how it works, just a quick primer on it. But you have identified the specific project we have in mind for it. So maybe just some mechanics.
Okay. So typically on the Soul Shares, which is a new syndicated solar project or solar program we established, we're taking select feed-in tariff applicants and that have project site that maybe is the most appropriate or sort of the best fit for our customers as far as a local project, local jobs, easiest to permit, all the things that we're looking for in a project, sort of a poster child of the ideal solar project. The Quarry project is that sort of project where there was no permitting issues, there's no site impact issues. It is very local, serves a big part of our constituents up there. So that project then is converted over to the Soul Shares program, which basically keeps that capacity in the feed-in tariff availability. So that 1 megawatt that would have gone to the feed-in tariff 10 megawatt cap is now set aside in a separate tranche, and then that megawatt stays available in the feed-in tariff. As we fully subscribe that 1 megawatt project, roughly 200 to 300 customers, then we can select another project from the feed-in tariff queue to move into the Soul Shares project. But again, that would free up another megawatt to stay in that 10 megawatt cap.
Just to be clear too, that the Soul Shares program is really an opportunity for MCE customers to directly support the development of locally situated photovoltaic solar. So this is truly kind of whatever MCE pays in the form of the contract that the customer pays. So there's kind of this conduit approach here where we're passing through the costs as well as the benefits to the customer. And the benefits, I think, are really meaningful in the sense that we're passing through long-term cost stability to these customers. So we have a 20-year PPA with the power plant, and we're passing through a fixed rate associated with that term to customers to the extent that they don't leave. So while they may pay a higher cost up front, over time the idea would be that there'd be essentially be a crossover. And this would wind up being representing kind of a long-term net benefit to the customer. So I think that's kind of a unique and exciting opportunity in that respect.
One sort of interesting wrinkle with this type of program too is the the customers are purchasing the solar energy, so we are retiring the RECs on their behalf. We are not using them for compliance for our RPS. So it's sort of a separate program. Again, this is just a recap of where we are on the queue. The first 4 projects there all fell into the first tranche. Basically how it works is until we reach that 2 megawatt cap per condition, every application that comes in, no matter what size, will get accepted into that tranche. So that's why we ended up with about 2,700 kilowatts in the first tranche and just under 2 in the second. And then we still have about 1,226 in the third tranche. Yes?
Isn't that feed-in tariff priced quite favorably for creating?
Yeah, I was just going to
Do
ask.
you have any difficulties filling up that? I
Well,
know in the past we've had, but the way some solar pricing has come down, the economics, I would assume that the queue would have quickly filled up.
It unfortunately takes a long time to get these projects through the permitting stages, as you heard from the developers. That's probably the biggest problem why projects aren't moving forward quickly. We have had these 5 or 6 applications that just came in the last 2 or 3 months, projects that have been in the works for 18 months. The prices are fairly good, but when you're dealing on a smaller scale of 1 megawatt, especially a local project, there's a lot more permitting costs, there's a lot more interconnection costs. Our 10 megawatt project will probably only have a $200,000 per megawatt cost versus the $400,000 that some of these projects face. So, but again, that's still $1 million for our project. But as you get to a bigger economy of scale, it is cheaper. Any other questions there?
You know, I think one of the things to just add an item on the feed-in tariff program is that we've kind of changed our application process over time. We talked quite a lot about this with the technical committee. And so there are some minimum requirements that needed to be met in order for projects to enter our queue. And as Greg pointed out, those are time consuming and often encounter delays. And so that's contributes to this queue not filling up as quickly as you might think with these prices. So, but at the end of the day, that's really kind of certainly the MCE's benefit, and it also provides a level of clarity in how it is that we intend to deal with these projects and what we expect of them. So, you know, I think it's, yeah, it might slow the process of filling up the queue, but at the same time, I think it makes sure that everybody's on the same page moving forward.
And I just would represent too that the applications we did receive recently were established after we set up the queue process. So once the developers had a much clearer idea of where they would fall in the queue or potential loss of revenue, it was much easier for them to make the decision to move forward with the application.
Great. Further questions for Greg? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
So I think we can circle back to the earlier item at this point. And that is item 6 on identity and governance, and we started a very productive discussion earlier. Yeah, Don, why don't you do the overarching slide?
Yeah, if you can go back to the slide, let's see, go back. Slide number 6, please. Great. So these are some of the things that we wanted to spend a little more time discussing. I also took some notes right before lunch and jotted down some of the things that seem to be of most interest for discussion. And we could start there. I think that folks were interested in governance, you know, how big the board should get, as far as logistical issues, pros and cons on that front. And I can talk a little bit about the ideas that were tossed around last year. We actually did explore a few different structures. So that might be a good place to start. We also talked a little bit about potential boundaries, at least, you know, interim boundaries that we might use for the next couple of years that would keep us in more of an infill approach, where we're looking within counties where we're already serving customers rather than, you know, reaching out to other counties beyond where we're already serving customers. customers. That was a concept that came up. We talked a little bit about inquiries from within, other cities in Napa, for example, or Contra Costa County that might be interested in pursuing membership in the next year or two, and how we might handle that. And it sounds like we have, different ideas within the board about what makes sense as far as, how big we might want to ultimately go. But I was hearing sort of a bit of common ground with what we, kind of doing this in an incremental way. So that's something we might want to spend some more time talking about. And I think where we might end this discussion, just so we can kind of keep in mind what our next steps might be. I don't think we'll have time today to come up with a plan that we are all happy with and we want to tie up with a bow. And this isn't an action item, but this is something that we could maybe key up some key issues that we might want to bring to a committee for some additional discussion, maybe at the ad hoc expansion committee or maybe at our executive committee. So that's kind of where we should go. But let me start at the top where...
One other item was just timing mid-2015 versus 2016.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to start with the governance issue and just go back to remind all of us what we talked about last fall, because there was a lot of discussion about affiliate membership and with the realization that affiliate members would result in new members on our board. And we discussed really 3 scenarios. We talked about the idea of constraining new members to not having a seat on the board so that we would maintain the same number of seats on a going forward basis. That was one idea that came forward. There's also an idea of having a one county representative for any new member agencies that came on board, so that if we had multiple cities within a county, that would result in multiple seats being added, but there would be one representative that would represent all cities within a county. There were some, we didn't spend enough time on that to resolve some of the issues that came up, but just to give you a sense of some of the issues that came up, it was, would we allow for a rotation to happen, and if so, then would that be too much turnover on the board? We didn't allow for a rotation to happen and had a city representative that wasn't really elected to represent other cities within their county. Would that be a fair representation for that community? So there are some issues that came up with that made it a little tricky. And then the third option that we talked about was just keeping our structure the way it was. Currently, the way our JPA agreement is written, new members have the opportunity to sit on the board and provide a director to the board. And that was kind of where the board settled, was to kind of go with that approach for the time being and revisit after we'd had more experience with expansion to see if there might be a need to make a change and limit the number of board members. There was one other thing that we discussed, but go ahead. Did you have a comment?
No, I was just going to ask, is there, within a JPA organization, is it possible to have kind of an executive committee or a smaller executive group that would do a lot of the monthly meetings and the regular oversight of things that have periodic larger board meetings where those executive members are elected from, and major issues might be brought to the whole board, but have a smaller manageable group doing the day-to-day.
Yeah, that was exactly the last thing I was going to say, that we spent some time discussing a delegated authority approach, an approach where the executive committee might continue meeting on a frequent basis, but the full board might meet on a less frequent basis to address some of those logistical challenges, and maybe have it be a quarterly meeting of the full board with the executive committee taking on more of the day-to-day functions of the agency. So those were some of the ideas that were tossed around, and I think now that we've had another year of experience, we might be wiser, older and wiser, and have a different view on things. But I'd love to hear how the rest of the board feels about that. Yeah.
Don, it seems like there's also an ancillary issue to the governance. I mean, one's certainly a mechanical issue of how many people you get in the room and how do you make things work. But there's also, I think, perhaps just as equally important an issue having to do with voting control. And as I think most of us know, on any tough issue, we don't have one vote per person at this table. We have proportionate votes based on how many customers. And I'm not sure at what point in time we would reach the point where there are more customers outside Marin County than inside Marin County. And to me, that does raise a conceptual question, is that certainly there was probably a reason that the first CCA in the state was in Marin. It happens to be a population that's very environmentally minded. You end up with a situation where over 50% of the voting control, because over 50% of the customers are, just for argument's sake, say Contra Costa County. I would worry a little bit about that kind of a voting control might have a different view about the importance of the environment and green energy. You could surmise a situation where populations of other counties might be more interested in costs than the importance of green energy and what that could mean to the direction that this board could take at some point in the future.
Yeah, I think that's one way of looking at the issue. I think, what we've seen in reality with the inquiries that we've gotten so far is that the communities that really wanted to join have been extremely environmentally minded. Sometimes even more so than many of our Marin communities at the beginning, who some of them didn't believe in climate change. And some still don't. So I would, I might challenge that stereotype a bit, because we've certainly seen a lot of really passionate folks in other communities wanting to do the right thing for the environment. But I think you're raising
I certainly didn't mean to suggest that there weren't environmentally minded people in those other communities, but as a percentage of the total population, it might be somewhat less than in Marin.
Absolutely, and I think that the fact remains that the bigger a board gets, the more opportunity there is for differences of opinion to come up, because you have a body of elected officials from each jurisdiction that is always rotating, and politics can change. That's kind of the nature of things.
Well, a couple of points I've made previously. I think that adding 2 or 3 people to the board, which is what we're looking at in the next year or 2 maybe, really shouldn't be a problem. And we've looked at other boards that we serve on, like
BCDC has 21.
BCDC, I'm just an alternate, but
right.
It works pretty smoothly, and it's got a ton of people on it.
Exactly.
And I think it does because it's got a really good staff and really good executive leadership, and at least compared to my own city council, it's like green. But another permutation that we actually might want to look at, I think the reason that a lot of these entities, including my city, wanted to join Marin Clean Energy was not because we love Marin so much, but because it was the easiest, quickest thing to do to get to where we wanted to go. And one model we might look at is actually at some point MCE spinning off some of these other areas, into their own organizations. Because, for example, if just theoretically, if some of the cities in Napa County wanted to join up, at some point you'd have a whole county, and it's probably 10 times easier for a jurisdiction that's already up and running as part of a CCA to spin off as its own CCA than it is to start up from scratch. And the same thing might happen in Contra Costa. If there were other cities in Contra Costa that wanted to come in, that really might be a better idea, and that would allay the fears of the gentleman over here that those non-environmentally oriented people out in Contra Costa take That might be something worth looking at, is instead of looking at continuing to grow, look at growing to a point and then actually spinning off into into, you know, I'm a beekeeper. That's what bees do. You know, anybody know about bee swarms?
Yeah.
You know, when the hive gets too big, they create a new queen and they go off. They'll find a hollow tree somewhere.
Let's go with Kate.
I gotta say, I can't beat that bee. Nor should I try, right? But I do think that Richmond coming on board with Bring Clean Energy has really been a great thing for this organization. And I think a lot of us had a fair amount of trepidation about that expansion because we really weren't sure that a model that was developed in this county that has a particular socioeconomic reality was going to be a success in a county that we perceive to have a different socioeconomic reality. I think one of the things that we've learned is the incredible synergies between our two counties. And I think we've also learned a lot about there's actually those green-minded folks in Richmond, which, you know, the Marinites have a hard time getting their minds around. So I think bringing Richmond on board has been a really, really healthy development for this agency. I think the agency has matured in its skill set, you know, sort of across the board, whether it's our energy mix, it's our opportunities for new kinds of energy development projects. It's really an enhanced marketing and communications capability. This has been a tremendous opportunity to combine our different areas. I'm certainly hoping that Napa will have the same kind of effect on us. So I've looked at these particular growth opportunities as really a positive, and I think it may be hard for us Marinites because we think, well, but the first word was Marin, and there's a sense of emotional ownership. But I think that with Richmond coming on board, that's provided a trajectory to really get past that. This is an agency that isn't just Marin-centric. It has an important mission. We're able to do it with multiple communities involved, and I think that's a good way to look at it. So I don't, a year ago we had a conversation about people's very genuine concerns, I think, about were we losing some kind of local identity. To me, bringing Richmond on board has shown that no, we're not, and that it's possible for different kinds of communities to come on board and have a sense of local identity while being part of this organization. So I think we've become stronger. I don't know about Contra Costa though, Bob. We'll have to check that out really carefully.
No, I completely agree. But what Kate's sentiments, I mean, I think she expressed it beautifully. And I so disagree with you on the beehive. Because it's not easy to just spin off a CCA like spinning off a beehive. Okay? And then you start to lose some of the synergies that Kirby and John can talk about and whatnot, and all the different complexities that are regulatory and whatnot. So I wouldn't look at that. I think the idea of expanding in a responsible and measured way is a good way to do it. The question of governance, I think, is a really challenging one.
Yeah, but before we get to that, though, so in the context of expansion, what about this infill first idea?
Yeah, if I may, I would love to bookmark, the possibility of infilling my 5 communities at some point in time, and it sounds like with if Richmond is 40,000 customers, the city of Napa is probably in the same range, and so we could be in that same. But I would like to see that as conceptually something we're thinking about in the long term.
Of course, it's up to the constituents to want.
Yeah,
electeds have to.
I haven't talked to them about it at this point.
But no, more in terms of if and when we expand, focusing on the infill opportunities first, meaning within counties where are you at?
Does that mean Contra Costa because we're in?
It does.
Benicia, we're in Solano County too.
I know.
Well, I think the issue of governance, which we started the discussion about, is really a very challenging issue. On the one hand, I also agree with Rick, but we really have worked well together as a large group. I don't know, since Dick Collins left, I've been on for a couple of years, and there hasn't been one vote that hasn't been unanimous.
Yeah.
I think Len Rifkin one time. But, you know, other than that, it's been a very, you know, I think we've all taken great cue from the staff, and we've been able to work together as a board. But I could see adding infill plus Contra Costa, it could become really quite a large board, and I wonder if the structure shouldn't change a little bit. And if I could, I kind of like the idea.
Actually, Contra Costa is infill.
Right, so I mean, but you're adding all those extra cities, you're talking about 10 cities or so.
Maybe.
Lafayette, Marinda, Moraga, Walnut Creek, Concord, Pleasant Hill, Pittsburgh, Antioch, I mean, you're talking Clayton. I mean, you're talking a huge number of people if you're talking the whole county.
That's a big county.
Yeah.
And I like the idea of us creating sort of an executive board that handles the work sort of load on a monthly basis, and then a wider ranging board where each person on that wider ranging board has to contribute through the committee system that we currently have, and that there be some level of maybe seniority or something, or election to get to the more executive board, because, well, we're all elected people, right? And we could be thrown out of office too when you're off this board. And in some towns and cities, you have, you know, I happen to be the representative of Tiburon, but what if someone else from Tiburon wanted to be on the board, you know, for, let's say. And there is a level of knowledge base that you sort of have to have, and a way to understand, you know, the difference between a megawatt and a kilowatt and whatnot. And I think that as we grow, we should think about how we could restructure the board in a way that is actually more efficient, but also allows for a wide degree of participation. That's what I would say. I don't know the answer. I'm just throwing it out as a point of discussion.
Lou?
First of all, I think I preceded Len in casting a dissenting vote on the board.
And you are proud of that.
I am, you know it. Fairfax first, baby. There is a policy on the board that the folks on the board need to be elected officials. That was one of the first decisions that we made. Spinning off of the idea that, you know, maybe we infill or stay within the counties that we already touch. One governance idea that occurs to me would be, you know, let's say that you get 4 Contra Costa cities or 5 or whatnot, and then Napa comes online with its incorporated areas, you know, City of Napa, St. Helena, Yountville. I don't even know if they're incorporated areas, I'm winging it here, but you could have in-county groups that sent a representative to the board so that they would act as sort of their regional executive committee, if you would, to reach a consensus on what they send to a representative of this board. You know, obviously right now that's not an issue, but thinking it out, if that was what expansion was going to look like, you could create that structure, have a representative, but still be fair by having all of those cities have kind of an in-county sub-board that sent a representative to this board. That's a thought.
Sean?
A couple things. One is, just in the interest of disclosure, I want to limit on your comment about Contra Costa, for example, or Napa or even Solano. Let's say that you decide to go with this infill policy. When we have been meeting with now all of the supervisors in Contra Costa County, what we've been encouraging, and what I think is relevant also for MCE, is to say you really have, because of its geographic disposition, a great opportunity to look at 3 options. One is joining MCE. The second is form your own. Third is join Alameda's. When and if Alameda does move forward, there's some other synergies that can happen. And there is some technical work that could be done and that we are encouraging would be done before any sort of long-range decision is made. So I think be careful of an assumption, for example, that every Contra Costa city would, right. So because I think on the flip side, MCE is going to want to look at, like you guys always do, is it a good fit? What does it do to your rates, et cetera. So just, yeah, I think it's really, it would be great to encourage that sort of trifecta. Secondly, just as a point of information, Sonoma Clean Power has a board structure that's similar to MCE, but learned yesterday that they allow for representation of a community appointee. So generally somebody that would have experience in the utility field or energy space, et cetera. I don't think that's been taken up yet, but they do have the flexibility of who's representing each member jurisdiction. It doesn't have to be an elected. And I remember that was a big discussion when we first started, and could be something that's looked at as an option going forward, just to make sure that somebody mentioned the learning curve on this thing is huge. We all know it. And I think turnover is an operational risk, political risk. So if you have some flexibility in terms of who's appointed and how long they can stay, that might be something to look at.
If we start talking about, the 30 miles, that we have on our policies, and we start adding all these other ones, if we did go out to say some of these far-reaching, I was from Contra Costa County, so some of the far-reaching Contra La Miranda and all that, and then all of a sudden there's another 30, kind of thing. I mean, I think that maybe what we need to do is kind of look at a map and kind of draw a grid. What are we really talking about here? Because then that 30-mile, extension or expansion, that doesn't make sense anymore. I mean, it's just, it doesn't, it's like not having a boundary at all. So I don't even know how effective that is. I think we kind of have to look at, really what do we want to, how far do we want to go in terms of a grid of our own, geographically. And kind of go back to the policies, because it just seems to me we're kind of steering away from what we have existing, and are we going to throw that away and go on to other things? Because I'm all in favor of expansion as long as it's controlled and measured.
So I'm hearing two things that we may want to bring to the expansion committee, and one is kind of looking at boundaries, infill, what type of geographic area makes the most sense to focus on in the near term, and having a map involved in that discussion is a really great idea. And then the other one that I'm hearing would be maybe to talk a little bit more about the different governance ideas that have been thrown out, and seeing if there's something that we're kind of gravitating towards, whether it's more of a different structure that has decision-making happening in a little bit of a different way, with more use of committees or something else. But those two issues, it sounds like, could use some more thought and discussion. And then the next one that sort of relates, that came up before lunch, is what leadership can or should MCE be providing to support other CCAs across the state? And that's I think, an interesting thing to maybe spend a few minutes on, because it's different from expansion, but it's helping to further many of the goals that we have, which is getting more renewables onto the grid, and supporting, more broadly supporting legislative priorities. And I think as part of this, providing support and leadership for other CCAs, I think what we learned in the last 6 months is that there's a real need also for some legislative leadership or support for emerging CCAs, and we kind of impromptu took on some of that role with the other two CCAs that were emerging with Lancaster and Sonoma Clean Power, and attempted to help with some coordination and engagement. That's definitely needed, and there are statewide associations, the Statewide Association of Counties and Association of Cities, that is very effective in that way. in the energy sector, there are also associations that provide similar type of support for local government organizations. And so that might be something that we can help with a little bit, in addition to continuing to provide operational support on a contract basis. But I'd love to hear if there are any thoughts around those issues that we might want to discuss further another point.
I think it's absolutely incredible that you guys want to share your knowledge, and I think it's really important because there's going to be a need, like I think Ray was saying, you know, with legislative and stuff, that if we have more people with us, then we have a bigger voice. So I think in the end, it pays for that. Some concerns are, you know, what staff goes, what aren't they doing when they're going, educating somebody else, you know, and at what cost is it if we're going up and down the state to do that. So what I'm wondering is, in my field in real estate, we do a lot of webinar type of education, and where it's interactive, people can come online and ask questions of the speaker and the whole bit. And I'm just wondering if there isn't a way that there could be a webinar way of where people stay local, not traveling up and down the state with cost, but being able to provide that education and have some interaction.
Great.
So, just one comment, and then I have a question for you, Don. The comment is, it seems to me, reducing greenhouse gases, that mission that we're all pursuing here is served regardless of what mechanism we group ourselves together. But the question is this, that the advantages that I recall from earlier today that we enjoy from expanding is reduced prices and an increased voice in things like the CPUC. Do you think that by using a model of essentially aggregating the aggregators, we have now increased our voice and continue to, and still reduces prices? Or is there a danger it goes the other way? And this is not rhetorical, I really am curious what your comments are, where we're now competing with other CCAs for the same renewable source energy or our own particular agenda or whatever else. In other words, does a multiple CCA model further the benefits of lowering prices and giving us a voice, or does it inhibit that model?
Yeah, I think that while there is a lot more interest and activity now around CCAs in California at the local government level, local governments tend to move very slowly, and a doubling of interest even started at a very small point. So I don't think that we are at a point now where CCAs, nor will we be for probably 50 years, we're actually competing with each other for resources. I think that there will continue to be a lot of co-benefits as more CCAs emerge, and I think there's a lot more benefits to be had with kind of co-benefits as far as getting more renewables onto the grid, but also getting a louder voice at the legislative level. There's still a lot of work to be done there, I think, and stimulating more CCAs is going to help that, not hurt that.
Kevin?
Yeah, first of all, on that point, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, we need to have some perspective of the role that we play within a larger distribution system within the state of California. We're still small and growing, and I think any impact that we are likely to have along those lines is beneficial. And that kind of goes to the theme that I wanted to kind of articulate, and I thought that your articulation of those three themes was actually quite right. And I think that one of the things that I worry about in some of the discussion that I've listened to today is maybe a sense of excess caution in terms of what expectations we're setting for ourselves. I mean, I think this has been a tremendously successful organization, and I think the legislative success that we've just experienced is a reflection of that. And I think we should all be very proud of that and not be intimidated by our own success. I think there are real opportunities that we have as an organization, not only to promote the mission statement that I think we all buy into within this organization, but really in setting an example throughout the state of California. And also acting, and I think this is kind of one of Kate's comments, we actually are more of a mature organization now at this point. I missed the opportunity to be with you when you were maybe a little less mature. But I can appreciate now, just in the time that I've been here, that you're acting like a utility. You're not acting like a startup. You're acting like an actual utility. You're going up against the investor-owned utilities. And I think you're showing the capacity, we are showing the capacity to be successful in that. So when I hear comments about, well, we ought to put constraints on our ability to expand, we ought to defer things, I think those are legitimate points, and we ought to be prudent as we explore expansion opportunities. But I also think we ought to be opportunistic. And I think we have been as an organization opportunistic. And I think we've realized some significant benefits, not only in terms of promoting our overall mission of encouraging renewable energy, but providing a real benefit to our constituents. As I was saying to Damon when we had a break earlier, every time I have an opportunity in the city of Larkspur to talk about the accomplishments of this organization, the very first and foremost thing I say is, we're generating rate benefits for the people who live in our community. And I made that statement actually last night at our city council meeting. It was a great thing that we're bringing in unincorporated Marin, because it's lowering our rates. It's lowering the rates to people who live in our communities. And that's like a utility. It's not just encouraging renewable energy. We're actually a business operation that is successful. So I'd encourage people as we go through this dialogue, which is an important and healthy one, that we not, again, be intimidated by our success, but in fact be encouraged by that, and be maybe a little more risk-taking than we otherwise might be inclined to be.
Yes. Just a quick comment on cost for support. I would work that in the budget for next year and identify how much money staff wants to spend, we want to spend. So there's a budget line item for that. And then
for
the other
supporting
comment,
other CCA efforts, you mean,
yes,
or coordination
yes,
efforts.
Yes, just put it in the budget so you know when you spent it for the year, or you know what your costs are, and it's not in fact affecting our budget in a negative way. The other comment that I just want to follow up with what Sean said. We come and go as council people, and our sitting on this committee is at the pleasure of our mayors, which, we rotate and that can change. And actually, I was supposed to change. The other person that was assigned said, oh no, you can stay on it, thank you, but no thank you.
What didn't you know?
But I know for instance, the flood control, flood advisory, we can have non-council people stay on that. And the same way I replaced Chris Martin, who worked on this committee and was uniquely involved with this and knew so much about it. Well, we kept him on flood control where we could, because his history and his knowledge is so important, especially when you're trying to go back to Corps of Engineers from 1960, because they depend on council people coming and going and then having to re-educate, so then they don't have to do anything. I mean, that's my personal feeling. But, so I think that there is some thought about down the road about having some people, because certainly there was a learning curve for me and continues to be a learning curve. And fortunately, we have a phenomenal group, a phenomenal staff that presents us with very clear agendas, great meetings, very informative, we can get up to speed. But there is a significant learning curve, and there may be some benefit to looking at that down the road. Because we have a lot of great people in our community. In Northern California, not just Marin, who can bring a lot of expertise. So thank you.
Yeah, I had a couple thoughts responding to that. There are several ways that you could capture, obviously, knowledge of people with experience. And I think as our board has grown, our committee structure is really important as ways to keep us all engaged. And we could have an advisory committee of people who have had past experience or have substantial knowledge out in the world. But I also think that the turnover has been beneficial. I mean, it's hard for each of us coming on this board to get up to speed and to feel that we're even semi-competent in using some of the language. But in the relatively brief time that I've been on the board, I've seen a fair amount of turnover, and I think it's been very good, actually. I mean, as the organization has moved in different directions, the membership and the ideas and some of the the boldness or the lack thereof, or the different ideas about how we should handle our growth have changed, and that's positive. And so part of me would feel like we would lose something if we really wanted to make sure that we just kept people on for a really long period of time because they understood the acronyms better than new people getting on and did. Some of those acronyms I've never known.
I really appreciate the comments both by Kevin and Emmett, and talking about expansion on one hand and consolidation on the other. What it really reminds me of is the Japanese game of Go, where there's the little dots on the board, and the name of the game is to expand and consolidate your territory. And that metaphor just keeps coming up for me. I think with it, really what we're doing is manifesting a new paradigm. And that paradigm is based on the aim of, and it's a global aim and a global impact of reducing greenhouse gases to try to get a grip on climate change. And so the scope of that is as broad as can be. And it's new. I mean, it's a new way of thinking, and it's embedded in our mission statement. And when I think about these issues, that for me is the number one value to try to maintain fidelity to. Issues of control, more parochial issues, can't help but come up because we're all kind of localized parochial creatures. And I think that there is a way to integrate those very real issues about how to maintain sufficient control on one hand, but not do it in such a way as like Kevin was talking about, where you become afraid of your success more than emboldened by it. And the discussions that our board has on an ongoing basis, I think are great. I don't think we're at the point yet where our board's too big, where there's too many, where it's unwieldy, where there are too many people. I mean, if it was, I like Tom's idea of being a spawning organization, spawning CCAs. I think that could be really, really good. But I don't think we're there yet. So I like the idea of continuing to talk about these things. Dawn, that's a wonderful list of considerations. I really like that. And so I think we ought to just keep forging ahead. I don't think we need to delay, but there's also a lot of wisdom in not going too fast, not biting off more than you can chew. So I think we're on a pretty good course.
I think as far as the expansion issue goes, once you're finished come May of 15, bringing on whoever it is, winds up sticking, you know that you've got Napa, you may have El Cerrito, you may have San Pablo, or is San Pablo a sure thing? San Pablo is a sure thing, so it's El Cerrito and Venetian. So you may have that, and you can consider that, I guess, phase one of your expansion. And I really think, and mind you, I was the guy that was up here last year going, expand, expand, expand. I mean, that was like what I said to this board, some of you still on it last year. But as I look at how that's playing out, you are gonna have to, at some point, take a conscious breath. really just decide, okay, here we are, we need to take some time to look around. We really need to take some time to analyze what we are now. And we really need to analyze where we've been successful and where we haven't, because you haven't been 100% successful. And the area that really needs focus and staff attention is energy efficiency. And that is the other half of the MCE equation. It was from Jump Street. It was, and we walked into it knowing you can't have a real renewable program that doesn't conserve at the same time. That is a truism that hasn't changed. And so getting to where you're going to be come May of 15, I really recommend a conscious breath. A nice, long one, as long as it takes to really analyze where you're at, and as long as it takes to get the other half of the program really ramped up and really happening. And I think at the point where you can look at yourselves and say, we've got a great energy efficiency program happening here. We've got that dialed in. Our rates are low. You know, we've got a good customer base. We're building our customer base. We're pulling back people who have opted out. You know, we're expanding from within in that we're attracting customers who are already in, potential customers already in our service area. And when you can look at yourselves and say, damn, we're doing all of this well, then phase 2 of the expansion should be thought of. But I think you have to get to, damn, we're doing the whole package well, before the concept of increased expansion really comes back on the table.
I think that's a great point.
Yep, I agree.
Yoda.
I'm not sure how to take that. Am I funny looking? Am I that old?
Lou, we have that on tape. Go back and study your words.
It is.
Well, this has been a great discussion. Barbara, more historic.
Yeah,
right.
I was just going to add, as I'm looking at this, and there's been a lot of talk about the expansion, and I'm kind of along with Lou some, but you know, if we just look even back to last year, and when at this same session we were talking about expanding, and we've got a few expansions right now, and this morning we talked about energy efficiency, and that, you know, is an area probably that we could put more energy into. Since last year, you know, we have expanded, we've got our rates down, so that makes us more competitive and expands our the desire of other people in our communities to come to Marin Clean Energy. So, you know, perhaps the next step should be the energy efficiency, and we see how that all goes, and then talk more about expansion, because, you know, we've stayed focused kind of each year on something and accomplished that, and I think maybe we have that last thing of energy efficiency to really
I think we do need a singular focus on that for the next 2 years.
Let me suggest a counterpoint to that. You know, when we looked at all of initially the benefits of expansion, I mean, there really were some very significant savings there in terms of rate structure, spreading the economic benefits of projects, jobs, et cetera, to other locales, getting others up and started, and not really competing with us, but adding to the whole CCA momentum, the opportunity down the line to have some joint ventures with some of these groups, I think is a great opportunity. The more influence we're going to have, and the more stature we're going to have in the state, there's wider opportunities for power purchase agreements and so forth. I mean, there's a lot of real positives to this also.
And I'm not sure we're at the point where we ought to say, okay, phase one, we ought to rest for a year and not take on anything new. I think this really needs to be studied and think about how we're going to handle the governance, how we're going to deal with some real issues like some logistical issues. And I don't know if we've looked at all at having a field office or somewhere in Vallejo if we're going to be doing infill projects out there, but having more staff locally in the communities that we would be serving in terms of customer support, call centers, educational opportunities, workshops, all that sort of thing. But I mean, there's a lot of solutions to a lot of the issues we're looking at. And I don't think we're stretching to the point where we're in danger of sacrificing what we've done in Marin yet.
No, and I don't even think that's an issue, Gary.
I don't either.
So I think, so if I can start summarizing, and feel free to chime in. I think where we are, we currently have 13, now 14 members. We're going to get up to 17 quite likely in the near future. I think we agree that we will continue with the one vote per jurisdiction model. We are not at the breaking point.
Except in stationary. They won't fit.
Oh yeah, we may need some new stationery, but so we're on our way to get to 17. I think we do. There's no consensus to push back the cooling off period to 2016. We'll leave it to mid-2015, which was staff's recommendation. We're going to have the ad hoc expansion committee dig more deeply into the areas that we've raised, including governance. That is not mutually exclusive, though, with the concept we heard over here that we do need to master energy efficiency. The concept that we do need to excel at everything we're doing, separate and apart from expanding. And I think we have a finite amount of resources. I would like to see that be the next frontier of excellence. But you're absolutely right. We're going to go, most likely get up to 17. We can handle that. It will help us. That's the whole premise. We're going to continue to seek out partnerships, if you will, with other jurisdictions who will not be part of MCE per se, but will receive our support and work together on regulatory and legislative and potentially procurement projects even. We'll continue to play a leadership role. And when we do reinitiate the expansion dialogue, there have been some good ideas raised here. How much should we focus on infill? How does expansion look? How does governance look? Have I missed anything?
Can I just like to add one data point that I think would be useful, since we just talked a little bit about energy efficiency. I just want to, this isn't in opposition to anything that you said. I think that sounds like a really great summary of the discussion. Just wanted to add kind of as far as the relationship between expansion and energy efficiency. I think that we have been able to do a really good job in the past of, walking and chewing gum at the same time, and having activities that we're doing complement each other rather than take away from each other. And I think energy efficiency is likely another place where that could happen. I don't know for sure, but I just want to throw out a few thoughts on the flip side. And one is that already we've seen both in Richmond and Napa opportunities to do energy efficiency that weren't wholly available in Marin County. The multifamily opportunities in Richmond have been tremendous and have helped our TRC. The opportunities in Napa are likely to do the same, getting us into more of the industrial and agricultural sector. So that will actually be a big help. So that's just worth keeping in mind. I think also the more communities that we represent, the more leverage we have on the regulatory front. And that's certainly something that we've noticed already. When we walk into an ex parte meeting of the commission and we remind them that we're also serving Richmond, there's a very different set of ears that get turned on. And I think that as we have more constituencies, we may be able to leverage more dollars coming into our energy efficiency program from the CPUC for that reason alone, and because we're serving multiple community types and building types and customer types. And then the last thing is that on the benefits slide, we talked about new opportunities for community partnerships. And those partnerships are a great way to leverage funding from other sources. And this is kind of a preview of something we may want to start discussing at the policy level with the board soon. That was brought up by some of our advocates in recent meetings. And that is, should we be looking for other sources of funding for our energy efficiency program beyond just the CPUC? I think that's a really great question. And I think that there are a lot of opportunities out there. And as we develop partnerships with other entities in communities that are working on energy efficiency, we might have a greater chance at finding and achieving some of those extra sources of revenue. So that's just another thing to keep in mind as we talk about this.
Great, points well taken, Don. All right, so it's 3:30. I think that was a great discussion on that item. Is there any other unfinished items that we need to go over? Okay, well, great. This is a great day. I mean, these things can sometimes be boring, right? This is a great discussion. And to be continued.
We love it.
All right, well, just to wrap up, item 10, board member and staff matters. Pretty good. Doesn't look like we have it.
Could we have an ongoing addition to our dictionary of acronyms and maybe have a link to it on the website so it's easily accessible? Because that really makes a big difference. Because you guys speak that stuff. I don't. And if I have a cheat sheet, then I have a chance.
Be glad you're not on the Transportation Authority.
I am. But they've done that. And it's really helpful to have that, even if it's 4 single-space pages, so long as it's in alphabetical order.
Director Sue.
One final thing I wanted to say, and I think this is kind of burbled after through the day, but is to really acknowledge and thank our staff. We've talked about the turnover we've had on our board. We've had a lot of new staff members come on board in the last couple of years who have really integrated, I think everyone has integrated themselves really well into the operation. And for all of us who come on and we're struggling mightily to figure out what this is all about, we really, I think all of us owe an incredible debt of gratitude to the staff and how great all of you how great all of you are for answering those questions we ask over and over and over.
Bucket 1, bucket 2.
So thank you all.
All right, thanks, guys.